A world nearly destroyed by a cataclysm, saved by the actions of heroes long gone. A world that has survived, recovered, and even thrived. This is the world of Tyr. Here, the descendants of those heroes and the other survivors of the cataclysm have built great nations, the 8 pillars that support the world. Nearly 1,500 years after the cataclysm, the world is one of relative calm. However, beneath this veneer of peace, great forces move. With every shift and shudder, they threaten to disrupt the delicate balance that keeps the pillars standing. Now, across the world, knowingly or not, people must become heroes, or the pillars will fall and Tyr will be no more. Join us as we follow some of those heroes and see their struggles to keep their world from destruction. Hello,
Movies!
That's my word!
That's a callback. God. That's a callback.
Oh,
Yeah.
I miss Andy. Isn't it a
Anyway.
booby train? It was the booby train!
Hello,
It was the booby train.
everyone, and welcome to Tyr Moontree Isle, where we talk about stuff. My name is Goy Trainer,
Apparently
and I
boobies.
am one of the founders of Helpful Goat Gaming, a small independent game design and game content creation community. And tonight we are playing some Dungeons and Dragons in my world of Tyr. Yes, I have a new background because Discord Nitro has rolled out new features. Yeah, and actually there's also a new background on the screen. So before we get started, before I turn it over to the players for the recap, and before we do introductions, because I don't want to forget that, and before we do the poem, because I don't want to forget that, a few pieces of housekeeping. We stream here on Twitch, twitch.tv/helpfulgoat. You can follow us totally free. If you have Amazon Prime, you can also subscribe to us for free, which benefits us financially and helps us do more of all of these things, get more assets, get more games, share more games with our community, and produce more content for all of you. That is totally free for you. You can also subscribe to us if you're willing to throw a few bucks our way. If you'd like to support us financially, you can also use !coffee, KO-FI, to donate directly to us. Or if you'd like your donation to come with the form of getting fun merch in return, !merch. Right now we have, speaking of not supporting us financially, we have some amazing art from Chelsea as part of our Artist Highlight series done for McKeck Tumbledown from our series Dom and Dragons, where we played Dungeons and Dragons with Dominic Monaghan. You can check that out in its own podcast feed. You can check out the Goats and Dragons podcast feed with Andy's campaign, The Fates of Rin. And you can check out all of this wonderful Marauderness in the Helpful Goat Presents podcast. Exclamation Point Discord lets you join the heart of our community, our Discord. We do lots of internal game streams, game days, movie nights, tons of just fun content. Lena is now asking if I'm the Gundam. This is good. This is exactly what the background was meant to elicit. So Exclamation Point Discord is a really, really, really fun way to join in, hang out, get the latest news from us, get to see some of the amazing fan art that our community produces, and just hang out with us. rest, or not the rest of this week. This is our last stream for this week. But next week on Monday, we will have, I believe, the Goats of Saltmarsh on its new day, starting at 9 p.m. Eastern Time. On Thursday, we will have Spire or something from the Spire crew, I believe I was informed.
Yes, I believe we are not actually playing Spire, but there's a possibility of a one-shot. We'll let you know.
We'll let you know. And on Friday, we will have Goats and Dragons, The Fates of Rin, which is in our 3rd season and getting crazier. That is at 9 p.m. Eastern. So check us out. Follow us on Twitter or Instagram at HelpfulGoat for updates on that. And again, !Discord. Best way to get updated because we post all of our stuff there as soon as we know about it. With that having been handled, I think we'll do introductions, we'll do a quick recap, and then we will get right to it. So, as I mentioned, my name is Galway. I'm the DM for this evening. My pronouns are he, him, his, and I am going to pass it to Sam.
Hi, everyone. I am Sam, and I play Dent.
You're Salmon?
I'm Sam. I am Salmon. High in omega-3s, baby. And
Get that snap oil, everybody.
And I don't have Twitch up, but yeah, both Dent and I use he, him, his pronouns, and I'm going to pass it to whoever's on this side of me.
Heather.
That's Heather.
Heather.
Okay. I was waiting for the lag to happen. I'm Heather. My pronouns are she, her, hers, and I play Ressa, a dwarven cleric, who is also whose pronouns are also she, hers. And I'm gonna pass straight up to Elise.
Thanks, Heather. Hey, it's me, Elise. My pronouns are she, her, hers, and I play Minnow Row, human rogue, and her pronouns are she, her, hers. And I'm going to toss it over Galway's head to Chris. Did I toss it the right way? I think.
Yes, sure, why not? Because I just caught it like an idiot.
Perfect. I did toss. I just saw the lag. I did it right. We did it right. High five, Chris.
I am Chris. My pronouns are she, her, hers, and I play Ketch, a tabaxi fighter, whose pronouns are he, him, his. I'm so confused. We're all confused. Who Ketch has Eliza, whose pronouns we're gonna say are she, they. It's just, cool little nano dreader spider living inside my head. And I am gonna pass down to my always fantastic, super powerful, big muscular power bottom for Rachel.
Yeah.
Look at those muscles.
Look at these muscles. So much. Okay. I am Rachel, and I use
Hear
she,
me
her.
roar.
I use she, her, hers pronouns, and I play Nero, and he uses he, him, his pronouns. And I'm gonna pass it back to Galway. Right there.
Yeah.
It almost looks like you're trying to.
I was going to say, it looks like you're trying to
Go
banish me with
away.
the sign of the
Bad
cross.
vile.
Be gone, go away.
It's fair. It's fair. I will read the poem, and then I will turn it over to all of you for the recap. For those of you who might be new here, Chelsea writes us a poem every stream, and it's really, really wonderful. Magical cupcake heist attempted. The plan held together in tatters as the past, present, and future continued to collide and to shatter. A perfect blend of delightful moments and chaos keeping in theme, and so much rich lore held in the highest esteem. Good lord. Big excite for all the moments awaiting in tonight's queue. Much love to your crew. I can see and hear you. Thank you so much, Chelsea.
Thank you.
And what happened last time? Home did a decent job.
We got a whole bunch of employees really high
We did.
and probably fired for
Possibly
probably no
fired.
reason.
I gotta say, with what happened towards the end of the stream, I think getting fired is the least of their worries.
Yeah, probably.
True.
We had hopes that our, laced cupcakes would help us sneak in and
And
the
they
hack-
did.
and yeah.
I will say that there were also several things that they made significantly easier. They let Dent and Dylan know what room they were going to because you could access the terminal. Also, some of the people who were in the break room would have been going back into that area where those terminals were, which might have gotten difficult to explain why there was a enchanting suit of armor and a person who looked incredibly tired.
DJ Cupcake. Anyway, yeah. So after giving everyone a really great time, Dent got a layout of the building that to infiltrate, and then Dylan and Dent went inside, and man, Dylan has seen some better days, but he was a trooper with 4 levels of exhaustion, and we made it exactly where we needed to go without running into any sort of problems along the way, and proceeded to have a bit of a drawn-out existential crisis with a computer. Learned a whole bunch of stuff about the creation of the mechs, and the nanites, rather. And then everything broke, and I'm gonna turn to Party B in that situation to let them describe what happened.
There was
Yeah.
chaos.
There was a lot
It
of
got
chaos.
weird.
It
People
seems
getting
that
stuck in the
things
middle of walls.
were going between 2 alternative, our time and some other time were being smashed into the same time. And we were seeing like a big factory floor essentially versus like the lobby area where we were trying to transport cart stuff. Anyway,
Big thing that they were building.
yes, there were mech
Giant, like
things.
dents, weren't they? They were like dent.
They weren't
Yeah,
giants,
they were-
but yeah, they were like Dent.
But they were like Dent, and
Well,
they
the
saw
last
us,
one was giant.
and they said, "You are here. You are a quarry." And then the one got caught in the corner of a building as time smashed in on itself. Other people did also die in this. There was definitely just a factory worker who died, at least, probably many more. And we ran. We got in a car. We peeled away. As soon as this kind of ended, we saw some suits from Foro, a man and a woman, I think. And they saw us, yes, and they pointed at us and they said them, and they kind of looked possessed. Perhaps
Catch flipped them off.
also controlled by control nanites. We don't know that, but that's kind of a reasonable theory, I think, which, like, if humans, or I guess humans is the wrong word, if non-construct people can be controlled by these as well, like, that is a different kind of alarming. Yeah, and then we picked up Dent, and who are you with, Dylan?
Dylan, yeah.
Mm-hmm. And then a big mech arm, several stories tall, severed the side of the building with a giant sword. And there were control nanites writhing all over it. And then we kept running away.
2 things that I would also add to that, given the you saw lots of dents and those were sort of dent-sized. Based on what you saw, you have reason to believe that, especially what Ressa saw, you have reason to believe that the giant mech is in the timeline you're in. Because you saw them building something very large on that assembly floor that had, like, joints, etc., and that gray sort of ashy control nanite substance was very similar to what you saw on Eliza. So yeah, I think that is a very good recap of what happened. In the Discord, we have Monty's art of Happy Generic Celebration with Cupcake, which yeah, so I think that we will go pick up essentially right from there. And you all sort of got in the truck. Asan is driving. You are all sort of piled in the back. You've gotten a bunch of the pallets out. As this truck speeds away from Moonwatcher Microsystems, you're all just sort of left pondering what you've just seen, and turning back to look at the facility, checking to see if you're being pursued by a giant mech. You see something improbably more disconcerting, if not horrifying. Above you, above the facility, and as far as you can see, the sky shifts and slides, parts of it separating from others, moving independently as if they were unconnected to anything else, and then settling back in, once more part of the continuous sky as it ever had been. And now, faintly yet persistently, sound of cracking glass, as if glass slowly shatters beneath a great weight. Behind you, you can see the buildings of the compound that you're fleeing sort of flickering and shifting, looking much like the sky, and sort of looking at it from afar, it almost looks like pieces of them get pulled forward and then get an independent reality and then move and settle back down, but now in the wrong place, but at the same time in the place that they must have been. And so, as you are driving away from all of this, what would you like to do?
Roll some hit dice.
I don't think this is our short rest yet.
Okay.
I'm like
Usually
looking
a
at
short rest is an hour, so sorry.
That'll be about the amount of time it takes you, to get back to Moontree City. So at the end of this, you'll be able to do that.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, Dent is gonna help Dellen out of the bio mask thing that
Be
he's
me,
got
I
on.
think.
That's going to be
That's
Russell.
my job.
It's a
okay.
surgical implant.
Oh, then Dent is gonna try.
No, wait. Hang on.
You're just
Let me
literally
do
trying
this.
to pull his face off. The last thing that Dent heard was Gene mask. So it's it's on his face. It is not. You're just pulling on Dellen's face. It's just sort of
Yeah.
ow.
Yeah. I'll let me take care of that. It's an implant.
Okay.
Were you successful?
I think there was a lot that happened, and I learned a lot about the creation of all of the mechs, and I've got a headache. I think that's what this is, or the
Like
closest
pain
I
right
can
here
approximate. Yeah, the closest I can approximate to it. Don't feel that great, but and then I'll talk about literally everything that I saw in the screens and the flickering between the lights and yeah.
While he's doing that, I'll be removing the implant from
Sure,
Dylan.
give me a med check.
No. Okay.
I would be watching the sky. Can I see anything? I know you said there's these shifting shapes and the different
no.
parts and things. Oh God, Ressa.
You
Have
can
you
have
done?
given
Oh,
yourself
what just
guidance
happened?
beforehand. She rolled a 12 for her
A
medicine
12.
to remove something surgically from Dellen,
Oh,
who's at half hit points.
Oh man.
13.
20 showing me anything.
Oh my God. I've got
Can-
a +7 on checks too.
Can
on medicine.
The help won't help because that was the high roll.
Well, I mean, this wasn't initially with advantage, right?
She rolls both dice, so I can see what
Yeah, I
the two
usually
are.
roll both dice and just take
That's
the
why
first
I
Oh,
one.
always
okay.
do. That way, in case I've forgotten, there's not an entirely another roll and I don't have to sort it.
I can turn that off.
No. I honestly prefer it because it's just easier. Some people don't like it because they don't like seeing the die that could have been. as Elise vigorously shakes her head. um,
Don't show me that.
So you begin this excision. Roll a d4 for me. 3. Okay. As you're going and sort of handling this, it's a relatively... this thing is designed to be removed. It's a relatively straightforward procedure. And with a 13 medicine. So you're going through. But as you're doing that, you actually notice that Dellen, who's not been in very good shape because he's so exhausted from this thing sort of rewriting his genetic signature, Dellen seems to be in shock or something else from something beyond that. It isn't just the sort of sickliness that he's had since this has been installed in him. And that's going to distract you just enough that you're going to sort of nick him. And it will do 3 points of damage. He is fine. Has more than 6 HP standardly. But you sort of like notice this and, you know, go to stem the bleeding and sort of, you know, not magically, I mean, but just sort of treat that in addition to the excision. But you notice that like he's barely reacting to that. Okay. Like he's just sort of like got the sort of 1,000-yard stare going on.
Yeah, Dellen, are you with me?
Ow. Yes. Sorry.
Okay. Did you get hurt while you were there?
Maybe a little. It was very hard to sort of concentrate on the here and now, and that took some effort.
Okay, well, let me finish getting this thing out of you so you can at least feel better, and then we'll see how you feel.
And yeah, you'll complete it with no further complications. You don't need to make any rolls. And as soon as you do that, you can see color comes back to his cheeks. I'm sort of like taking that 4 levels of exhaustion to almost be this combination of he always looked like he had just finished a sprint that he had done while he had a fever. Where it's like he was very pallid, he was breathing somewhat quickly and in short, sort of choppy breaths. That's going to settle back down. Color comes back to his cheeks. He looks much more normal. His maximum HP increases back up, but his current HP doesn't, so he's about halfway down. He'll also have the opportunity to rest, so above the table, you don't feel like you need to use a spell slot on him. And he's not in any particular danger with the 13 medicine. Like, he doesn't seem like he's bleeding out or has internal injuries or something that he might not be aware of.
Okay, and I feel like the whatever it was that distracted me while I was taking that out, like, is there still something else going on with him?
Yes, he still has the 1,000-yard stare, and he still seems somewhat distracted. Like, you sort of pulled him out of it when you're like, are you... Sam is gone.
He said BRB in the chat.
Oh. My split in half again. Always.
You're both Heather and Chris. You sort of like roused him from that, but he's drifting sort of back down then.
Can I do an Arcana check to maybe see if there's some magical effect happening?
Yeah, absolutely. 19. No, does not seem like he's been affected by, or at least does not have any ongoing effects from any magic. I believe so.
So are the nanites are Magitech?
They're
so
Magitech. You didn't see any particularly on him with the med check. It just seems like he's out of it.
Okay. All right. Feeling somewhat better, Dellen? I'm gonna keep an eye on you. You seem a little out of it.
Yeah. That was a large arm. Yeah.
Can I do an insight check on that response and see if I think he's just shaken or if there's something else?
Sure.
I'm sure that I have incited on him
I think
before.
that was one of the first rolls you ever made way back in the Amberheart mystery.
So I will roll with advantage for my suspicion beyond time or whatever.
Guidance.
Well, that's a natural 20. What's going on with Dylan, Galway?
Nat 2028. Interesting.
Do I get guidance? Should I just add that?
Yeah.
Feel free.
I don't think you can do guidance on insight, can you? Unless
Any
you're
skill
like,
check.
I'm going to be thinking
Well,
about.
that's the other thing is
Would Ressa know?
Yeah.
Sorry, I don't mean to be a.
Minnow's being like,
to be fair,
like Dylan's being very suspicious. Like, but I mean,
will
Galway,
allow
it's
it
your
either
call.
way.
Okay.
But
It
also,
is
I think the DC on this is probably low.
We'll just go ahead and take a 30.
30. Dylan, so with a nat 20 resulting in a 30 on your insight check, I am going to give you a whole bunch of info on this.
Great.
One,
Take notes.
much like he said, and you can even kind of see this in Dent a little bit, there was something that was actually harming them, which you would suspect from what Dylan said is this like temporal collapse was affecting them in a specific way where it was hurting them. He's more
Them
hurt
who?
than Dylan and Dent,
Dylan and Dent.
the
Okay,
two
thank you.
who were in there. And Dylan had said that, so like that part checks out to you, but that's not what's shaking him. It's specifically his. That was a big arm. The way he says that lets you know that's not the reason he's shaken. He's actually kind of noticing that for the first time, thinking back on it. Something that occurred between when you all separated and now, and thus presumably actually before the robot arm occurred, shook him so badly that he didn't even quite clock that was there.
Over the table, is this the image in the sky that Dent and Dylan saw, but the rest of us didn't, and I was going to ask you about, but I wasn't there?
The image in the sky that Denton saw.
No? Okay. Because at the end of last episode, you were like, there's
Oh,
kind of like
where
the
that
beginning of a
was-
shape forming in the sky.
Like we'd gotten transported away from everything and then got pulled back somehow.
Okay, if that's not it. But I
No,
was just
and it's
kind of
actually
like
it's not
putting
that.
a
I'll
guess
give
there.
you that.
Okay, thanks. Cool. Anyway, carry on, please.
But that's, you also get, it's a nat 20 that resulted in a 30. He does not want to tell anyone what it is that is causing him like this. You do not sense malice or ill intent behind that, and you sense a lot of confusion. A lot of his sort of fugue state is coming from the fact that he is very confused and concerned right now.
I'm going to cast Charm Person on Dylan.
Oh wow, you need advantage on charisma checks with him? Okay.
I need advantage on charisma. What do you
Well, I
mean?
was gonna say, sorry, that's what charm person
That's what
does.
charm person does.
It
I
also
want- I
makes
mean-
him regard you as a friendly acquaintance, and he does.
Okay, well, fine. I'll just ask then. But you said he doesn't want to tell me. I was going to try and make it easier.
I mean, you can. I will say that. Like, I was just laughing,
I
but
guess,
I'm like,
okay, I'll say, I'm not great at persuasion. Maybe I do need that. Okay, here's what I'll do. I will pat Dylan on the shoulder bracingly. I will turn to Nero and I will say, Nero, very quietly to Nero, I will say, something is very wrong with Dylan and he's confused and he doesn't want to tell us what's bothering him. And I think he was also hurt, maybe in a like his mind was hurt way. Do you think you could get him to talk about whatever it is, because it might be vital?
I can try, but Dylan and I have never been close, but I like
I
him.
can cast Charm Person if you want.
No. I
Okay.
think Hey, Dylan.
Hi, Nero.
Did you have a good time at the cupcake party?
I didn't eat any of the cupcakes because
He didn't go to the cup.
He didn't
Oh,
go
that's
to
right.
the
He wasn't there.
cupcake
He was
party.
like, I was locked
He was in the truck.
Wait, there were
Whoa.
cupcakes?
You're
Oh,
right.
I'll give him.
Actually, and
Yeah.
You had a
I'll give him
party?
one of the safe ones that I kept.
Thank you.
You're welcome. How was the time in the truck? Did you have some time to think on your own? Sometimes it's nice to be alone, just with your thoughts, to think on them without all the distractions of people.
Okay, so not to cut Nero out of this because you're absolutely the one prompting it, but I feel like I'm gonna carry a little bit of that nat 20 inside of like Minnow is just like looking at Dylan at the mention of sitting alone with your thoughts, etc. Like Dylan very vaguely is like like that he flinches from that and he's like I mostly tried not to pass out from the gene mask thing. Thank you, Ressa, for that being gone, by the way. And prayed that no one would open the truck that wasn't you all.
What happened after the truck?
Apparently a cupcake party then.
Well, to be fair, we were there to give the cupcake party. So none of us really partook either, but I
right.
saved one for
all
you.
of the drugged cupcakes, right. That wasn't
The what?
okay. Yeah, okay.
No. over Nero's shoulder, I'm like,
The
the cupcakes.
fresh baked cupcakes, that was what I said.
Were you? I am scared of the giant arm that we saw as we left. Have you seen anything like that before? You've seen a lot of things in your work.
No, that's a new one.
What do you
That's-
think it is? Maybe it's a friend.
Bless.
I admire your optimism, Nero, but
Thank
so
you.
far well, actually, I can't even say. Maybe it was a friend.
I mean, Dent is a friend, and he's
Can
a
I like,
less giant robot.
without being like super
sorts.
obvious to Dylan, like what I'm doing, can I be like kind of whisper to Nero about this, or would this be just like very obvious that Minnow is the one fishing for answers and using Nero as her spokesperson?
He seems to be coming out of it a little bit, so it would
Okay.
become pretty obvious at that point. Like,
Okay.
he seems like if you actually manage to engage him in a conversation, he wakes up quite a bit.
Okay. So I'll be like, I guess I'll just kind of join the conversation and just be like, yeah, Nero, I was thinking, Dylan, maybe did you see or notice something before you saw the mech arm thing?
Yeah, things were flashing a lot. Did you see something before? That's a great question.
Would Dent have any idea what could have be triggering this? Because I was with him most of the time, outside of the cupcake party.
Give me a history check, which won't have guidance.
Okay. 17? Oh,
12.
oh! I only saw that one roll. Dang it!
You're going through and you're thinking about it, and it's very difficult for you to be able to pull anything out of what you're remembering. The only thing that you can think of is sort of the documents that you were seeing, and was there something in there that you weren't attending to? Now, the other thing that I will say is you are not fully sure if Dylan saw the same documents you did. You you needed to choose whether you were focusing your attention on green or blue. You don't know if if you were making the choice for reality or just for you. So he could have been seeing something else entirely.
In fairness, Sam, understand what you're talking about. I don't think Dent would be putting that together.
That's totally fair. And I was just including it, but the only thing that Dent can get to is there must have been something you missed in the documents that affected him that way. That's about all you can come up with, because nothing in your physical reality happened unless shit was real weird, unless something happened that like you just never perceived.
Okay, so having trying to spend a little bit of time away from Dellen after trying to remove his face, I'm gonna circle back and be like, Dellen, did you?
Can he answer the question that I asked him first?
Oh, sorry.
Which was
With the question that Minnow and I asked about if he saw something before the arm came out that seemed weird.
Yeah, and he's gonna sort of, Minnow, you can see someone pausing and kind of thinking about what he wants to say, if that makes sense.
Do you need some help? Should I could give you some words.
I think that time got very strange.
It did. We saw buildings appear and reappear inside of the building we were in.
It felt a lot like when the thing was moving me backwards and then caught me. That same split felt like it was happening everywhere, and that wasn't pleasant the first time for me, so I don't think that that's a good sign for the world.
That sounds scary. Do you want another cupcake?
Yes, please.
I'll give him another cupcake.
And while he's eating that.
Okay. I was still going to ask him some more questions, but
Oh, okay.
sorry.
Well, I feel like this is gonna be one of your questions. It's gonna be like, what did you see in the data center?
Sure, it's fine. I was just in the middle of a discussion with him. That was all. If you want to jump in, you can. I was still trying to discuss with him and connect with him. That's all. I didn't want to ask him what he saw because Nero doesn't know that he did all that stuff in the data center. Nero doesn't fully understand the point of the mission. So Nero was just trying to connect with him and make him feel better. So I was just going to ask about the feeling. And
I was gonna say, and maybe as Dent moves forward, Nero can sort of be like, just keep rolling through into that question, because Nero probably would just keep rolling through into as he's now sitting. He's essentially gnawing on the cupcake like it's a hard treat. It's not. It's a very odd way to eat a cupcake. And then, what were you gonna ask then, Nero? Is the
I just kind of, wanted to, like, I get the feeling also that he is freaked out, and I just kind of want to comfort him, but also get him to share some about what freaked him out, and maybe to talk a bit about the feeling that he had. Like, did that feeling feel exactly the same, or was it different? Or, I mean, you're still here, so that's good.
that is good. It wasn't exactly the same. If it makes sense for... I don't think it felt exactly the same because I don't think I was having the same thing. It's like the world was having what happened to me before, and that didn't feel good for me.
Did it come from whatever you were doing? Or was it separate?
At this I'll say Minnow and Nero probably both notice that Dellen sort of shoots a look is too aggressive a term, but glances at Dent. Maybe it was because it happened to me before, but it was like I could feel these different paths, these different times, these splits, having different me's in them.
Like you were like you were connected to them, or like you could see them or feel them, or you were them.
Not that I was them, just that I don't. I wasn't any of them, but different versions of me were in each of them. I'm just gonna sort of look at it. Did you not feel anything like that?
Did I feel anything like that?
No. He was turning to Dent because Dent
okay,
was in
good.
the
I didn't
data
know if it,
room.
like,
Yeah,
went
no.
out
Sorry,
to
he's sort of like
yeah.
he seems to be focusing in on Dent a bit
Sure.
more. Did you feel anything like that, Dent, when you were reading the records?
Feel anything like what? Sorry.
The sense. It seemed like things were flickering back and forth between alternatives or like different realities, and I felt like there were different me's in those realities, and I didn't know if you felt anything like that when you were looking through things.
So, over the table, I was just getting prompts by which to choose between. Does what Dellen is saying right now resonate with
Not
Dent's
especially.
experience?
Essentially, what Dent experienced was very similar to sort of what Sam experienced. There were two things, and you could focus your attention one place or another because you kind of felt like if you tried to focus on both, your head would explode. Like, it was taxing to even try to focus on the blue text generally. So, going for both would have been probably a bad idea. But you didn't feel any particular connection one way or the other.
Dellen, I felt very it was not an easy time trying to go through all of that information, but I didn't feel that kind of like a fracturing or connection in that sort of way. I don't know if that's something that I could feel. But what did you see in there? Because I'm guessing that it was not the same thing that I was experiencing.
Documents that describe research on probably a being very much like you. And it seemed like in some of them there were two sets. Were there two sets for you as well?
Yes. Yeah, I could kind of decide which I wanted to investigate.
In one of them they talked about discovering the thing and sort of working it through. I think it was green. And in the blue, it was like they'd been looking for that entity.
The armor was located after a long search.
It seemed like they knew it existed and they were trying to find it.
Point of clarification for me as note taker, as a note taker. Green, Dylan said it looked like they were trying to find and blue had already found, or vice versa, or did I miss that entirely?
Not quite. Green they had stumbled upon. Blue they were looking for and had found. Green was accidental, blue was purposive.
So do you think they lost what it was they were looking for? Or do you think they encountered it at some point and then were going back to try to find it again?
Then roll me a persuasion check with advantage. No guidance. This isn't that kind of effortful check. 5. Double
It's gonna be
fives.
one of those nights.
Mhm.
Cool. Good.
Well, maybe we'll get him out of the way now.
That's not ominous.
Inspiration.
You do have inspiration if you want to use it. That is up to
I
you.
feel like we're gonna need it for the heist too, but
yeah,
who knows?
that's what I
Yeah.
was thinking. Like,
Yeah.
I mean, as much as I want the lore dump, I also don't want to die.
Hmm.
He's gonna sort of nod and say, I don't know. Maybe it's very confusing. It's not like the entire. He's gonna sort of look up, and you'll sort of turn to the side to see like a large section of the sky, like a large wedge of glass, sort of almost pull forward, slide to the side. There's sunlight behind it. It slides back in. The sunlight disappears. It's not like things are making a whole lot of sense at the moment. It's kind of a lot to process.
Speaking of that, with my like keeping an eye on the sky or anything, am I noticing any patterns, any shapes, anything that would be interesting or worthwhile, or is it just kind of random chaos?
It's pretty much random chaos. It does seem to fracture like glass or crystal. You do, as you were looking up at various points, you can actually see like complicated branching lightning as it sort of grows. Picture that, but it's sort of fissures forming in the sky, and then a piece will sort of almost look like it pops out. But what out means, you're not exactly sure because it's the sky. Dunn's gonna sort of like bundle himself up slightly and look quite tired. He's like, I think I should rest for a little bit, if that's okay.
And is gonna press to digitate his hand to be a little warm. And is gonna give him a hug.
He'll sort of, thank you, and settle down. At this catch, next to you, there's a data pad sitting there, and you're going to sort of recognize a ring tone. And it's Asana's, you would guess.
And it's ringing.
Yeah.
Guys, I think we're getting a call. And is there like
Should
There's
we
like
answer
a
it?
little on button. Yeah, you can just,
it's like on a cell phone, like I have to like hit a button
Yeah.
to answer?
yeah.
Asana's with us, right?
She's just driving.
She's driving. Yeah, we're all in the back, right?
She's
Pretty
very
much.
good at safety protocols. She doesn't talk while driving.
Yeah.
Hands free.
Right.
Fleeing
Alright.
a giant mech.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
I'll answer it. Like, what's up?
You see in sort of a little display, the masked visage of Wise Man. So I'm not going to accuse you all of doing anything, but I kind of assume that something with you all happened, because I'm not sure if you've looked outside, but the world is kind of fucked up now.
Yeah. I'm just gonna look over and I'm gonna hand the data pad to Minnow. Like, that's all you.
Oh.
Hi, Minnow.
Hey. Yeah. The sky is broken.
It's more than the sky.
Yeah.
There's-
I don't know. Did we do it?
There's
Did we?
there's buildings sort of pushing into reality that shouldn't be here, and it's not like, you know, before when we would see fun little trees popping in from your time, or occasionally a quaint sort of thatched roofed building. It's other things like this, just bigger and with more Foro logos.
It's our Tuesday. Yeah, we got it. I'm so kidding. I'm sorry. I make bad jokes when I'm nervous. I'm scared. What's happening? Wiseman, please.
Wait. Did you just say with more Foro logos?
Yes. Well, most of the time.
Wait. We don't. And I'm gonna look around and be like, we don't have Foro in our time.
No,
right?
no, they seem to be from something much more like this time, which would suggest that this is getting worse, because it's no longer the barriers between two different times that are breaking down. It's the barriers between all the times are kind of just smashing together.
Yeah, we'll try to stay away from anywhere where buildings could appear.
That is everywhere!
Yeah.
Is it still happening right this instant, or was it something that happened and now there's repercussions? Or
Over
is it
the
still...
line, you hear, still happening!
Yeah. Well. If you want to hear some more news, they got a freaking kaiju.
What's that?
Whoa.
Oh, sorry. Zigzag would totally understand. They have a giant robot.
Like many stories, like at least 10 stories tall, has a sword, did cut a building in half.
I know it's a little bit difficult to tell, but was that from our time or one of these other fun timelines?
You told us it's from our
It seemed
time.
like
It's
it was from
from
ours.
ours.
That seemed to be what.
Pretty sure ours.
Or
Here's
not ours, theirs.
well, okay.
the
Yes,
one we're currently in.
the one we should currently.
Yeah.
It's complicated. The one you belong to.
But do you belong to it
No.
if everything's crashing in on
Wiseman.
itself? Where do we
The one that
belong?
Wiseman
Do we
belongs.
belong? Are we? Why are we here?
Catch. You and
We
Nero
do
go
belong.
have a philosophy discussion in the corner. Nero's been
I
reading a lot of
think
philosophy
that we belong in...
in the corner.
The present.
What
That's what-
is the present, though? Is the present what we're experiencing
Oh my God! So
now?
Wiseman,
Yes.
here's the thing. We wanted information. That's all we did. We gave some people some drugs. Don't tell Miro. We
Done.
Dent and Dellen
What?
went to a computer terminal, and you know this, you helped us to get the information, and they found it, and then shit hit the fan. So when you say, did we do this? The answer is, this was done to us, okay?
That is
Wrong
fair.
place, wrong time.
Again, wasn't trying to accuse you, just wanted to make sure if you'd seen.
That's very good.
There's a lot of correlation, not a lot of causation.
There we go.
That is accurate.
Is
Okay.
it precise? Probably not.
Accurate does not imply precise.
This is not the way that I
The other
wanted to
way
do
around.
this. But also, I'm pretty sure that you need to go now. Because
We are going to the safe house.
no,
Oh,
I think it's time for heists, because I think
Oh.
we need to get you out of here, because I don't know that we're going to have a here to get you out of in another why would I try to give you a duration of time? What does that mean anyway?
Well, time is just a construct. I mean, if you think
It's
about
breaking.
is it though?
That was a
is it breaking
construct
or is
that we
it
just saw.
redecorating?
Speaking of constructs, our best construct looks a little worse for the weather. Are you sure we can't do this tomorrow when Dent has had a chance to heal up a little? Because not looking
Dylan.
awesome. Yeah, Dylan is struggling.
I'm very sorry for that, but I'm genuinely unsure of if the buildings that we need to get to will even be there tomorrow.
Okay.
You hear like another crash.
Problem
I
solved.
think we
then,
just
right?
lost a block that way.
Okay,
What do we do about the Bessie boys?
we better call.
notify him.
Yep, Nero. In fact, why don't you just go ahead and call the sergeant or whoever it was, detective, what's his name, Sandcott, and give that code because it's time to rock and roll with them.
Should I update him on our current crimes?
No, skip the crimes, go straight to the code words, which I wrote down.
I
so
remember.
You
Great.
can do any crime.
And as soon as you have a Bessie boy on the line, just tell them it's sorry, it's go time. Your ticket home is now, or the sky is going to dissolve.
We're going out for pineapples right now.
Otherwise, the sky is pineapples.
Okay, guys. So like,
Wise man,
have.
like, I can transmit you an address. Someone from Paragon can meet these two and get them to be able to join up with us later. Time is a factor. Wow, that works on more levels than I wanted it to.
Yes.
Guys, the sky is falling.
Oh God, actually.
While this is happening, Minnow is going to pick Ressa's pocket because she's really stressed and she needs to have control over something.
Give me a sleight of hand
Yay.
check.
And that goes.
That's a
That'll
20,
go against your
30, 20.
passive perception unless you're trying to look for someone picking your pocket.
I wouldn't be trying my passive.
You find pictures of her family with little hearts drawn on them.
Yeah.
Is that, I mean, like, I'll find whatever you say I find, but I'm not looking to keep anything. I will take it and then I'll just put it back. I'm just like, it's the same impulse that led me to be like, let's steal this tree. Just like, everything is so out of control that Minnow's like, what can I do? I can steal something from somebody. Okay. Feeling slightly better, she will now focus on Wiseman again and say, like, where's our Paragon people going to meet us? What?
I can transmit coordinates to Nero so that he can relate them to the Bessie boys to be met with there. That operative will get them safe. Okay, no, I can't say that. That operative will stay with them and prevent people from trying to kill them.
Fair.
That's still not safe anymore, but and get them to a location to meet up with you all after we do the things that we need to do in order to get you the hell out of here. While there is still a hair to get you the hell out of, and also, not to be alarmist, but if this is happening here, something similar may be happening in your own time. Probably with less skyscrapers, but
They might be appearing on top of people there.
That's great. You know what? And I flourish the pictures of your family that I have picked from your pocket, and I say, do you want them to be dead? Please stop saying things like that.
Of course I don't.
Whoa, 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 whoa! It sounds like we're throwing a lot of like weird family stuff out. How did you even get those pictures, Minnow?
Yeah.
I'm not even gonna ask because
They were
I
in my
now.
special inside pocket too.
Wow, you got some sticky fingers.
You know.
Whoa. Okay, so I have a
there.
question, and
Take it back.
and it's very possible that we have discussed this before, and I just, I've got like weird stuff going on inside me, and I can't really hold stuff together. Have we figured out like what is causing this? it can't be us. There is an external force of some sorts causing all of this, right? Don't we need to find that?
Wasn't that Foro messing with time to begin with?
Based on the research that I've done, the thing that's most likely to be causing this is located in your time. It's probably whatever sent you here, and given your descriptions of blue, 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 it probably connected to that.
So we go back in time and
Yes.
fix that, and it fixes here.
That
And
is my
there.
hope.
And Minnow stops stress stealing from her friends.
At least
Not
she gives
really
it back.
a thing that's a current on my itinerary of things, but sure, that seems plausible. I can handle transit. I will send coordinates to Asana to meet. There are the 3 jobs which I specified. We went over the plans. You all have access to them. You will need to accomplish them in short order of each other in order to prevent this from going wrong. After you have done that, again, Paragon operatives will get us all back together, and we will go to the temporal research facility and hopefully send you home. Again, that's assuming the building hasn't folded in on itself but by then.
Be optimistic.
I'll still be alive to see you.
Yes, fantastic.
Okay.
It can be relaxing to talk to you, Nero, and also maddening.
I've heard that before.
So is it short rest time?
Yeah, unless anyone else has other major things. You have, you are essentially, Asana will be driving. You still have about, the remainder of an hour to get back to the city where you'll meet up to be able to split up into groups. So anyone who wants to roll hit dice can roll hit dice. While you do that, I will explain to chat just a little bit of some of the mechanics of what are going to happen. And remember also, Sam, you add your constitution modifier to each of those.
Oh.
Which is why, feel free to roll fewer dice. You can just read them, if, 4 plus 4 plus 2 times your con mod would be enough
so
for
if
you. Feel free to stop.
my con mod is 4, so... Oh, wait.
16, unless you do it the 3 times.
Yeah, my con mod is 4.
There's a little
so-
button called hit die that you could also just roll.
Okay, then let's just do that instead.
Sometimes it breaks horribly.
1, there's another 4, 2,
Though it's only showing it as a +1.
Yep, sure is.
oh.
I'm
It's
not
because I
seeing
was looking at
anything.
strength and not constitution when I said it was 4.
Okay, so you've regained 15. You can keep rolling until you're happy with the total,
Yeah,
basically.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
So yeah, the group, along with Dellen and Asana, has to take part in a 3-part heist. They have to split up in order to accomplish this. Pretty much standard rules of D&D are going to apply. The 3 parts of the heist are: first, they have to disrupt power and communications. That will limit Dracon's ability to, shoot the hell out of them and or mobilize troops to stop them. The second part is named Codes and Cache. There are various access codes that they need to get in order to get to the third part of what they need. The facility also stores cred sticks, which would allow them to, if they wanted, disguise their intent potentially by stealing a lot of credits. And then lastly, they need to get several data modules that the temporal research facility is using in order to run and coordinate the time machine, without which they will not be able to travel through time. So it's 3 parts. We're going to be taking them 1, 2, and 3. The groups will split. The only mechanical thing that people should be aware of is I have given the players the right to use what I'm terming a boon. So at some point during the heist, each one of them is allowed to, in their own segment while they're there, essentially just say, this thing happens. this thing that is beneficial for us, this door is unlocked, or these guards are distracted by something so they're moving away, or the power outage has X, Y, or Z. Outside of something that just absolutely gives them a complete win condition of like, hey, they're leaving the codes out on the curb, we just drive by and pick them up. That happens. The only counterbalancing element to that is there is bounce back from this. So a complementary complication will be added to their lives. So yeah, let's see. It is about 8:15. So I would say, does anyone else have any hit dice, anything that they need to do on the short rest, etc.? You also have been detailing, like you've, over the past several days of rest, Minnow had suggested to Wiseman that you all have access to the plan, so that if someone was caught, especially Wiseman or Asana, you weren't totally screwed. And in the process of that, you've requested several items. You've gotten a couple of healing potions. You do have another gene mask. If you want to use it, it's coordinated for Drakon. You do have a bunch of breaching charges, which can be used to destroy walls, make a distraction, take out turbines and radar dishes, etc.
Was Dent changing form? And was that something that was... Oh, okay. I didn't catch. Cool.
Yes, and then Dent is now a larger, heavier suit of armor that looks much more like he used to.
I would like to, just for flavor, say that I'm still wearing the same new helmet.
Nice, yes.
Just for right now, you know.
That's cool.
During the ride, as we're like heading through, Ketch would like to be emailing Zigzag.
Okay, sorry, I hadn't pressed to talk. What are you emailing Zigzag?
I am first just, hey Zigzag, are you catching what's going down right now?
Message back, like, every camera I have is pointed at the sky and the buildings around me.
Fantastic. So
47 cameras.
Wow, that's excessive, but totally
And
you.
specific.
Got a possible opportunity for you. How do you feel about making your website completely famous?
I'm good with that.
And possibly earning some creds.
I like that. I just recently had earned some creds. It's what enabled me to put up all the ads for the beholder fish.
Fantastic. So I just keep your DMs open and keep an eye on them, because I will be contacting you later for an opportunity.
Sounds good.
Do we trust this guy? Why did he recently just come into a bunch of creds?
Why did he spend them on ads for a beholder fish?
Well,
that is
I
the
think
least.
he's him.
That is the most Rachel and least Nero statement to come out of you in a while. Do we trust this guy? A thing Nero has never said.
Is Dallin going to use some hit dice on this short rest?
Yeah. He rolls hidden. But yeah, he's
wanted to make sure.
Yeah. He used basically all of them, but he's back. He now looks much less pale and like bedraggled.
He still got that effect on him.
The gene mask effects all end when you took it out.
I cast Death Ward on him.
Yes, he does have Death Ward still.
So, yeah.
I would call the detective about Bessie Boys and stuff. We don't need to act that out if you don't want.
I will just give you the summary of he sounds incredibly stressed, as anyone who is in any form of emergency service probably would, as reality is reshaping itself.
Sorry you're stressed. You need to give them to us now.
If you get them
there it is.
home safely, good. I will send them to that address. We're good.
Great.
Thank you. Yeah. The call was simple. It was Sandcott, and he was just like, the world is literally ending. I Yes, 100%. Please get them home. I couldn't before, and I sure as hell can't now. So yeah, let's see. We've emailed Zigzag. We have gotten Hit Dice, and we have gotten Beefy. So you will arrive sort of at another one of these parking structures. There's several cars with there waiting with Paragon operatives, who are not at all combat focused ones. Like, you can sort of tell just looking at them. These are more like they are people who do they run stuff. They maybe do some like technical things, but Wise Band's probably grabbing anybody she can right now just to help out with this. So the first job is power and comms. Who is taking that?
I think that would be Dent and I.
Right.
So Dent and Ressa.
You sort of get directed by Asana to one of the vehicles, with you having discussed that, and you get in. It's a sort of a young dwarvish man is driving. It's again sort of a smaller van. Doesn't appear that it has flight capabilities, unlike a lot of the cars that you've been in. And he's just going very quickly along surface streets. As you're driving through now Moontree City proper, because you essentially stopped well on the outskirts, you were just over the bridge. You can see mishmashes of buildings that all seem like they belong in this time. That makes sense. They're the steel and concrete and glass. They are much taller than anything you'd seen before you came to Moontree City, but they're obviously different buildings sort of smashed into each other, growing from each other. You can see something that is very clearly like a 3-story building that seems to fit into the street around it, that then on top of it just has like another 5 stories of an entirely different building. And you can see the walls starting to buckle slightly under the weight. There's a lot of chaos. And he's going to be driving. Is there anything that you two would like to go over as you're on the drive going in?
We need a game plan.
Yeah, so one thing that I would like to do in this sort of drive on the way in, I mean, we're not ourselves getting motorcycles, are we?
I mean, you could if you wanted to. I'm totally okay if that's how you wanted to drive.
I'm aware of the fact that, like, I'm pretty darn good at motorcycle driving. I don't know about Ressa after getting shot last on a motorcycle.
Well, if nobody's shooting at her.
Yeah, then I should be okay.
But as far as like what I had kind of thought would be wise would just be to do kind of like one big loop around this sort of circular complex to kind of gauge which of these entrances seems to be the most guarded. I know that there's not a lot of actual guards that have been detailed here. There's like 10 low-level ones, 2 upper ranking, and then 1 leader, and then there's a bunch of mechs. But I think just kind of getting a case of the joint, seeing where they're all posted, probably be wise.
Yeah. So you could also do that sort of in the car that you're in. So why don't you both give me perception rolls?
Yeah, please give yourself guidance on this, because my perception is definitely awful.
And what
Well,
kind
I
of...
could do both, right? Both of us guidance.
I would say that the process of going around this takes longer than 12 seconds, so you can. And I'm fine with that. I would also say go ahead and...
I mean, I would rather...
Both of you roll normally, and we'll apply advantage essentially between your 2 rolls, and then you can apply guidance to that. It just minimizes the number of dice we need to roll.
Okay.
Because that's what I was going to have anyways. Instead of one of you helping the other, it's more you're both taking your best shot at it. So Ressa has a 10.
With
whoever is going to add a 2. And so Dent, give me a perception roll.
thought I rolled one, but maybe I didn't.
Oh, was it
Oh,
that
are you
4?
up above me?
I said, I have nothing on my screen.
Yeah, it's a 4.
Oh dear.
Yeah.
Sorry, I thought that was a hit die.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's a 12 for perception. You see 3 low buildings. And they're arranged in roughly a U shape, sort of around then this central compound. Or not central compound, but the central courtyard, which is where the turbines and the communications dishes are. The last open sort of top of the U is a wall that is sort of continuous with the other buildings, but it's just a wall. It's not a building.
High is it?
15 feet.
Okay. Brick? Stone?
Concrete.
Okay. So climbable.
Climbable. The top looks like it probably has some level of defense. Like you can see the equivalent of like razor wire, and you're not really sure what else with a 12 perception.
Okay. And do we see any like guard posts, that sort of thing?
You see outside a couple of the buildings like a guard standing. It doesn't look like these entrances are highly secured. You would guess that if they are, it'd be on the inside of them, as opposed to patrolling the grounds type things.
And with these 3 buildings, there's no gaps between them? Like there wouldn't be a way for us to just coast right on through?
No.
Okay. But presumably directly on the other side of that wall is where we're trying to go, right?
It seems to be, yeah. From the specs that you'd had in your intel briefing, it looks like on the other side of that wall would be the compound. You don't see any... Now, the other thing to consider is reality is collapsing in on itself. So it's a little bit difficult to tell how the guards may be reacting to this, if this is drawing their attention elsewhere, if they're securing things more. That may have thrown a wrench into the works. It's hard to tell.
Willing to bet they're fairly distracted.
And I'm willing to throw a wrench into their works, so...
I've got a few wrenches. We can, between the two of us, yeah.
Yeah. I kind of, like, after pacing around here, I kind of feel like, maybe just causing something of a distraction, and then coming around the back and, like, breaking through this wall.
Or going over the wall?
Or going over the wall.
Yeah, so distract, delve in, and then get to the place, plant charges. Do we have remote timers?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. So then my thought would be get out before we cause the big explosion to occur.
Yeah, on the other side of this wall, on our side of the wall, actually, what's around? Is it just street?
It's a street, and then on the other side of it, there are some buildings. They appear they appear like they might be factory or sort of industrial buildings.
Yeah, so why don't we just leave our bikes there and on the street side, and then try to figure out what kind of distraction can we do. Hang
on, I want to make sure I'm picturing this correctly. So
yes,
okay, 3 buildings, wall, stuff to blow up, and then there's not a wall around the entire thing.
I deeply enjoy the fact that the center is labeled "stuff to blow up."
Yeah, that's
okay. Heather, can you draw schematics like this for all of our parts as well? Thank you.
I would appreciate that. I'm sure at least would too.
The 15-story
I'm going
office.
To the 46th floor.
Yeah, they're like
yeah. Okay, and then the street was just right by the wall here, or there was the street down by the building?
Streets on the north and south sides of it.
Okay.
Essentially, there's other buildings to its east and west.
Okay.
As far as the distraction, you know, I could create a really big, vibrant beam of moonlight. It wouldn't make any noise, so. But I don't know.
You have thaumaturgy
Mm-mm.
that you could do really okay.
You have bombs.
Yes,
You
we
have
do.
thaumaturgy.
Oh,
Boom.
we could plant a bomb maybe in the corner, the buildings here, and then come around. That goes off. They're going to get drawn this way, and we go over the wall.
I'm so glad I didn't extensively map this because I was like, there's a billion ways they might do this, and like these maps could end up.
I
really
drew a
detailed.
very similar map.
Yes, good. And honestly, this is so much better to just like have people like here, and then bomb goes here.
Yes.
that what you-
Yeah, I'm down for that, and I can kind of cast the moonbeam on the bomb, and
Yeah.
then that would probably just add to the ongoing distraction, because the explosion's only going to be for a moment, but we're going to need some amount of time to plant all of these, get over, and then get back, you know.
Right.
Can we flash back to right before Dent and Ressa got out of the van and Minnow took 2 psychedelic cupcakes and wrapped them up in a nice little box and handed them over and said, "Don't forget, just stuff these in someone's face if they start asking you questions."
I like that's how drugs work. Just stuff cupcakes in their face. Make sure their mouth is slightly open.
And then the DJ Cupcake logo just kind of flashes across his.
Nice. We will take those cupcakes.
Yeah.
You also have a spell scroll of Pass Without Trace.
Yes,
Yes.
which I think how long does that last?
1 hour, I believe.
Okay, so yeah, you're probably using that literally right now
And
before we
whoever
go to
has it,
plant.
though, it is a concentration spell. So you will be concentrating on that spell.
And that's probably me, since Dent, can you cast?
I can cast.
He's battle
Okay.
mage.
So if
Yeah,
he's using,
I was
Rather
about
have it
to.
be you or me.
I have
Who has the higher
disadvantage on.
constitution?
Guidance is also concentration.
guidance is also
Oh, that's
concentration.
true. So maybe Dent should do it.
I
Yeah.
believe Moonbeam is also concentration.
What is?
Moonbeam.
It is, but I don't need concentration to use a spell scroll.
You do.
Once
if
the
spell
scroll is activated, yeah.
if the spell is a concentration spell, you do. You still have to meet that requirement of it.
Okay.
Could you use
Well,
something else as a
we
distraction?
can wait. We can wait to. Oh yeah.
You could wait to
we need
activate it until after you've moonbeamed. The moonbeam will sort of disappear as soon as you do.
I mean, I kind of feel like we should have Pass Without a Trace on while we're planting all of the
Yeah.
explosives.
That's a fair point.
Yeah.
Um,
So we could do something other than. I don't
Or you
have
just don't
any-
get guidance for a while.
yeah.
Yeah.
I think maybe we just hope and pray that we don't need an extra D4 on any of our rolls.
That is the
Yep.
riskiest statement any of you have ever made in this entire campaign. I just hope we don't need extra on our rolls.
It's extra on stealth rolls as a trade-off for not extra on other rolls.
It's a lot more
Yeah.
extra on stealth rolls.
But you
That's
could
fair.
do something other than Moonbeam to distract or do the other thing, right? Or has it already been done? And it's just
No.
has
It's
not
not
been
set.
done.
I'm
We're just
letting
playing
us.
out
I'm letting us
possibilities, yeah.
metagame this.
Yeah,
out
I mean,
before
I
we-
Yeah,
just
for
don't
sure.
have like, I mean, I have other, like, I could do other things that would be instantaneous, like casting, you know, a magic missile, but like we want something that will distract them for a time.
If I could, okay.
Are you
I
gonna do like
probably
wall of
have to
fire?
see them first. No. If I
Fireball.
could see them first, I could message. Because I'm assuming I have to know who I'm messaging, right?
You do have to be able to see them to point at them. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So if I could message into guards' minds, like explode it, and then, there's something happening over here. Something happening in the southeast corner. And various guards send them that way. Other than that, a sacred flame, but that's, instantaneous.
Yep. So, yeah, whatever sounds good to you.
Go with the explosion dent.
I'll also say that while it's instantaneous, a thing exploding has a fairly durable distracting factor of an explosion just went off.
Yeah.
Okay, so that means that I would be doing the pass without a trace, and you'd be just on tap for guidance.
Yeah.
Or any other spells that you might need that Ressa has then.
That aren't, yeah.
I can still cast other spells while
Yes.
I have concentration up.
You can cast any spell that isn't concentrate. Well, technically, you can cast a spell that is concentration. You
It
can
would just
only
override.
concentrate on one spell at a time. So
Okay.
you can cast all your instantaneous duration spells. Like you could magic missile, no problem.
Yeah. Okay. Great. Then
Could he have Ed concentrate on one for him?
Not currently. That is an upgrade.
Well, it would have been nice to have known that ages ago.
No. It's level based.
Oh, okay.
So eventually you'll get that.
No, it's just
all
kind of
right.
funny because Chris literally said one of the one of the things that happens.
Okay. Yeah. Let's do it. So I'm gonna use the pass without a trace
Okay.
scroll. We're gonna plant a bomb in that southeast corner.
Yeah.
And then
A large bomb or two smaller ones, whichever. We want to create a large hole there.
yeah, and then but how many detonators do we have?
Let's say you have 6 bombs total.
Oh,
And each has its own
Yep.
like
They're separate.
Okay.
They're separate.
okay,
units.
okay, so we don't need we can press all of them at once if we want. But yeah, okay, great. Okay, so we're
I
gonna
was
plant that
picturing many
one.
more bombs.
Yeah, we're gonna plant that one and then 5 on that chamber in the middle with
5
all
on
of
the
the
stuff to blow up.
yeah.
And is that plenty to?
Yes.
Okay.
These are powerful.
Okay. So,
So you sneak in. Give me stealth checks for sort of covering your going in and planting the bomb.
Right. Now,
Good.
do we with the pass without a trace? Do we both need to be within a certain radius of each other?
like
It's when
30
you
feet,
cast
I
it,
think.
I think.
But then, like the spell
each creature
will
you choose for the duration, each creature you choose within 30 feet of you. So you just need to stay within 30 feet of each other.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, or I need to stay within 30 feet of you,
Yes.
or it drops from me.
Yeah.
Okay.
Dent is always covered. If you have disadvantage on your stealth checks because of armor, you still have disadvantage.
Yeah. I sure do.
But you
All
get to add
right.
a 10.
Disadvantage, and then it's 20.
Woohoo!
20, and then here we go stealth.
So that'll be a
That can
15 for
guidance me,
Ressa
right?
and a 16 for Dent.
And I can guidance these, right? So
Yeah. You can guidance yours or his,
Okay.
one or the other.
So 22 for. Oh, but we get a plus 10, so 32.
16 because you have disadvantage from your armor, don't you?
No,
Ressa?
I'm in chain.
Oh, that chain is a disadvantage.
Is it? Oh, damn.
I
Okay.
thought you said no, I'm in pain. And I was like, whoa, okay.
No, I ignore this
I'm
rule.
okay.
The pain's too much.
It causes me
see.
pain. I don't
Okay.
want it.
So it's a 16 and a 16 then. You're moving through as you're getting closer to the building, you're getting the sense that the guards inside are distinctly distracted. You hear loud conversations being had. Lots of things like, what is happening? Someone get me a report. Various things like that. You then make your way around to sort of the opposite corner before you're obviously going to detonate this other one. And so you're now at the the corner where you're preparing to climb the wall. You're preparing to fire off the charge. Chris, roll me a d20.
Me? Okay.
Get a good number.
20.
11. Something minimally helpful, but helpful, occurs as the timelines are slamming together. What is it for them?
I get to decide?
Yes. It's minimally helpful. It can't be anything big like it takes out half of the building or...
Okay, so they're inside, the guards are running towards the other explosion?
You can set that to this point, yeah, if you want to.
Okay. So they're headed to the center to blow it up, right?
Yep.
Minimal helps
We're
them?
climbing the wall, right?
Yep.
They're climbing the wall. Okay. This is not fair. I was not planned. I was not prepared. They're climbing the wall and the minimal.
Perfectly chiseled footholds.
Well, you just like completely like the wall itself, like they're not footholds, but like almost like little like ledges. Like as you're climbing, it's almost like the wall is like guiding you up.
Yeah, as the wall sort of is buckling and changing with time, altering underneath it. You both have advantage on your athletics check to make it over the wall.
Woo!
Nice.
And guidance.
So that went
feel
from
like
a 10 to a 20.
I feel like you can guidance yourself, but not me, probably, right?
Oh, for climb. Well, I could do it before.
You'd have to.
We're gonna
It's
climb
touch
this wall.
range, and I would say you can do it for one or the other of you, but not both.
Oh yeah, okay.
Because it's kind of a process.
Okay, well,
On the other hand, Jesus Christ, you both just rolled over a
both-
20. It's a
23,
15-foot
23.
wall, not Mount Everest. It's a 15-foot wall that is crumbling into a shape to help you at this point. So yeah, you climb it, you make your way up.
quick question. As we're going up and reaching the top, with my awful perception, I would like to just kind of see what sort of, alarm system or like things that we would want to try to leap over.
Sure. Yeah, give me a perception check.
Normal, not disadvantage. Or
This I could try.
13. That's quite good. You see as you're now very close to this and you're beginning to like almost scale this, the top of it does have razor wire, and you can again see this faint glow of magical energy going through it. You suspect that the razor wire not only is pointy and will hurt you, that if you touch it, it will likely trigger an alarm.
Ooh.
Also, don't forget that you have boons.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Oh man.
Upon noticing this, so we've made it all the way up here, but do you think maybe we just break through the wall? Because I don't want to set off the alarm. I mean, I could try to see if... And then Dent's gonna look down at look up, I guess, at this magical razor wire. I don't know if this would be like a use of the boon or like if you'd want me to roll like an arcana, but I want to see if there's like some way that I can like tap into that to like disengage it. I'm not too worried about Dent getting cut up on some razor wire because I'm probably made of a better metal than those razors. But obviously,
For sure.
It's an arcana check, which the answer could end up being no on, or the answer could be you don't know the answer. The boon is just, yeah, you can't. That's sort of your choice.
And we only get access to this boon thing once.
Yes.
We each
And
get
it's
it
only
once.
on your heist. You can't.
Okay.
It's not like inspiration.
Okay.
You can't give your boon to someone else.
Okay. Then I want to try to do the Arcana aspect of this instead of using my boon.
You can have Ed make the Arcana check as well. He's able to sense that.
Okay.
So it's, I think, your roll plus 5.
Yes.
19. Very nice. Ed can try. There is a danger that he will trigger the alarm in trying to deactivate it. That is... I don't know why I didn't do that in the voice of the NPC that I had long ago established, but I didn't. So that is the status report from Ed.
It's okay.
Hey there, buddy.
Ed, let's give it a shot.
Have Ed roll an Arcana roll again.
Okay.
We're gonna use my inspiration.
You're giving Ed inspiration to get around the 5. Oh, no, sorry. 10. Okay. A 20.
I like that high number.
You do not trigger the alarm. You can see the sort of light flowing through it, sort of sputter. You're pretty sure it's just razor wire now.
All right.
I can clip it.
Yeah, I mean, a clip. Oh, could I attack roll it to just clear a little path? Did you say something?
Sorry, I wasn't pressing talk. Yes, absolutely. Give me an attack roll.
Okay.
I mean, honestly, you can just use your action to kind of sweep it out of the way. It's
okay.
not
Then
super
boom.
dangerous. Yeah.
Yeah.
So you clear a path. You all have below you in the sort of this courtyard area, you can see the sort of 6 large installations. They're very close to each other. There's 3 turbines, 3 comms dishes. You also see multiple mechs moving through the area. They look like they're sort of maintenance spots. They're not security. You hear quite a hubbub coming from the other side where you can see like smoke sort of curling up, shouting from where part of the corner of the building has collapsed.
All right. Well, we should probably not get spotted by the maintenance mechs anyway. So let's sneak in and plant these charges.
Neek. Right.
Okay.
Sneak.
Give me stealth rolls
Had disadvantage.
at disadvantage.
Yep.
You get plus 10.
Honestly, your biggest danger is a fumble.
Yes.
A 14 to a 24, 7 to a 17. You're able to move fairly silently. You're sort of shrouded in this shadow from Asana. You're making your way forward. You have these sort of 2 rows of 3 objects on either side. You think with the 5 charges you have remaining, you could like 4 square it. Like you could put them at the corners and then 1 in the middle, or you could just sort of plant them all down the middle. Based on what it did to the corner of the building, you're pretty sure it's going to do a lot of damage.
Yeah, I'd say like plant them kind of in between, like sort of
In the
between
gaps,
them.
like here,
Yeah.
here, and then like in the middle. So a little bit of that
Yeah.
4 square design. Okay. Give me a Tinker's Tool check, which can be wisdom for you
Okay.
for planting the bombs. You're going through. Dent, are you keeping watch?
Okay.
I
just
have a use of my boon, but I'm gonna let Ressa do this.
I'm clicking Tinker's Tools, and it's
Probably
going
going to
to
ask you what attribute you want to roll. So there's probably a little pop-up somewhere.
Oh, somewhere. All right. There we go. Done.
Very nice. 18.
And can I guide myself.
19. You plant them. You're pretty sure you have the timer set up so it's remote triggered. You feel like the positioning is quite good. As you're getting around to about the third one, Dent, as you're sort of looking at this, and Ress is moving very quickly between these, you can see from your vantage point a little bit back that one of the maintenance mechs is going to essentially stumble across Ressa in a second.
No, they're not. Because
No, they're not.
oh, dang it, they're not a humanoid. Okay, they're still not going to. Because I want to use my boon.
Okay.
And I want to Horizon Zero Dawn poke this thing with a stick, and I want to try to liberate this little maintenance mech.
Okay. That is an appropriate use of your boon. So you do, in fact, you sort of reach a hand out to it. You make contact with it. Both you and Ed essentially use all of the things that you've sort of been learning about mechs, that you've been researching, that you've been discovering. This isn't a Foro mech. This is a Drakon mech. And it's a much simpler mech than most of the ones that you've come across. Essentially, as you reach out and you're thinking about everything you've been reading, you hear a slight crack again, sound of glass cracking, and you're going to see that mech phase from being a fairly simple, like it's not even a humanoid looking mech, into one of the more advanced Foro models that you feel is free from the influence of control nanites. And you're going to sort of see it. It just takes off running towards sort of the gap in the wall that you've made on the other side. You now hear increasing distraction as people are wondering how a Foro mech has broken in. You continue placing charges, and then getting the hell out.
Get the hell out.
Yeah.
Athletics check to climb the wall.
Do we still have advantage on this because of the...
It was kind of on the other side.
Okay.
Ressa with a 5.
I'm gonna add the D4 to that. It's still not gonna help so much.
Dent with a 22.
I accidentally rolled 2
You're
D4.
fine. We'll take the 2. So it's a 7. You are having difficulty scaling the wall. Elise, roll a D20 for me.
Oh god.
Don't you get
10.
plus 10 on dex checks with, or is it
Athletics
just
is
specific
strength-based,
stuff?
and it's stealth.
Oh, you're right.
Something very minimally helpful occurs as
Wonder what that
time
could be.
shifts and shudders.
We're trying to climb a wall again, right?
Yep.
As Ressa is kind of sliding down and losing her foothold, underneath her, something juts out and catches her so that she has somewhere to land and restart her climb.
Okay. So basically she got about halfway up, and as she starts to slide, it's like she gets a new resting point, which is essentially the base of a large building, which is apparating in on that side. So you have a foothold. Roll athletics again with advantage. I like also that we got 2 minorly helpful things that did the same thing to the wall.
Yeah, it's kind of perfect. It's like, well,
Yeah, sure.
20, you easily scale it. You make it over the wall. You get to your vehicles. You know where you're supposed to rendezvous, and I assume you hit the trigger.
Oh heck yeah.
We hit that
as
Once we're
self-destruct
far
button.
enough away.
As you drive away, there is a plume of fire that reaches the sky. And as you're driving sort of to the destination where you were supposed to meet up, which is closer to central Moontree, you can see around you lights going down, not in all of the buildings, like it's not in a district, but in certain buildings. And as you look, it does seem like those are buildings with Drakon logos.
Okay.
So you have cleared the first part. I think
Whichever one of us didn't do the charges, the other one I should like take a short video of the actual explosion happening.
I was gonna
But
say,
we're
is
both
someone gonna
looking
get, like,
away
the
from it.
walking
We're both looking
yeah.
away from it. We're riding our motorcycles away from the explosion.
Yes.
All right.
very good. I think we're going to take our break there with the group having passed the first part of the heist, and then we will come back to part 2, which the security gets tougher. Yeah, we will be back in about 10 minutes, and yeah, stick around, see what the Marauders get up to. Back.
Ooh. See you in a minute.
Hey there, everybody. We are back. In the first half, we dealt with the fact that time is broken. Time is a construct. The construct is just absolutely collapsing in on itself, and it's sort of throwing buildings into each other on the way down. As a result, timetables have been moved up, and the Marauders are proceeding with the heist that they need to do, well, technically heists, that they need to do in order to be able to make the time travel facility, work. In the first half, I realized I am not pushing talk. There we go. Because if I do that, I start getting real confused with like all the times that I was talking to you and you're like, we can't hear you. Because then you'll hear me and it'll just be stream going, what the hell is going on? Dylan has maybe some secrets that he, maybe didn't want to share, but he did have a long conversation about being split in time. Feels real weird. And then the Dent and Ressa set about taking an operation that could have been sort of stealth focused or tech and sort of hacking focused, and they chose the option that had bombs. Many bombs. They had
Bombs are fun.
They had some good luck as the sort of chance of time crashing into itself helped them both times in eerily similar ways both times, helping them deal with what proved to be their most strident threat, a wall. Dent also used a boon, a mechanic I'm using for this, where they to just sort of say that something is a certain way, but there's bounce back. And he used that in order to stop a mech from discovering Ressa. He did this essentially by chrono shifting it into being a 4-0 mech with sentience and not control, who promptly Scooby-Dooed the fuck out of there. Mech wanted nothing to do with its circumstances.
Yeah, so about the boon and its negative consequence, will that, like, the negative consequence be unleashed upon the other parties?
I was wondering what that was.
It's more
I'm sorry.
It's it will apply if at all possible to you. So I may bank this until like next session or even another session or something. I don't really want to make the last people's jobs so much incredibly harder because other people have used boons along the way. That makes that feel slightly unfair to me.
Yeah.
I want you to be able to have them, and I want you to own the consequences of it because you're the one fucking with the nature of reality, probability, time, etc.
That mech is coming back.
But with that, we will now cut across the city. To a rather unimposing looking building. It's 1 story tall from the outside. The walls are obviously quite thick concrete. And you do see like there are security cameras. And would Ressa, or not Ressa, Jesus Christ, would Ketch and Nero want to have been driven there? Would they want to have motorcycled?
I have proficiency with land vehicles, so I could drive us, or the speed limit, of course.
Yeah, no. We need somebody who will drive faster, especially if we're trying to get away.
Okay. You've been escorted here by one of the members of Paragon who was sort of called in to help you with this. You are in a much less nice hovercar than the ones that Asana has generally been driving, but you're also in a much you're even in a more rundown section of town than like your safe house warehouse was. Like, this is all light industrial. It seems very worn down. And yeah, you have arrived outside of this facility. You know from the timing sort of that you have a couple of minutes before you should be getting started based on sort of the way that you staggered things out. Everybody was, given here's when you're going to start in order to make the travel times line up, etc. So is there anything you'd like to do to prepare prior to things going, wow, that was a large lightning strike near me?
We had that earlier. Here,
If everything disappears, you all know what happened.
I would just like to make sure that Nero knows that while Ketch does not agree with him driving, he is all for him backseat driving the driver who is driving us. Just if he's going over the speed limit and Nero wants to give him a lecture on how that's unsafe, I'm totally here for it.
You really need to worry about those walking around. Sometimes they cross the street without looking, and do you want to be responsible for that?
Why would you have done this?
There's this term that this person has shared with us before. Chaos gremlin. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm here for.
I just really enjoy that everybody at some point enables Nero.
That's really the. If you wanted one of the high level takeaways of this campaign, that is it. Everyone at some point enables Nero. I'm pretty sure most of the NPCs have at this point. There's like, but yeah, you have a couple minutes. You think before you're supposed to be go time. You're not entirely sure, like what it looks like. You just sort of have, on your watches, the equivalent thereof. This is when we start doing whatever it is we're doing. Anything you want to do to prepare for it.
Catch.
Yeah.
I know we're going in sneaky, fast, sneaky. And we want to get some codes.
Yes.
And some other things that I'm vaguely unsure about.
Yes.
What do we do if we run into somebody?
We lie. And if that doesn't work,
what do I do if I run into somebody?
Okay, I lie, and if that doesn't work, you smash.
What if they have a nice face?
Smash them in the stomach?
Not like a pretty face. Everybody has a pretty face. I mean, like a nice face where they've got a grandmother at home they're taking care of and 2 children. And
Okay, so just follow me here, Nero. Follow me. These are bad people. Okay? They work for bad people. Therefore, they and
should
their
be
elderly
baptized in
grandparents, yes, they're bad people. All bad
so
people.
we should burn the building down.
Maybe right before we leave, but not till we've gotten what we're there for.
In a vehicle on the other side of Moontree City, Minna goes. Asana, did you feel a chill?
There's a disturbance in the force.
Meanwhile, the sort of Paragon attendant who's driving. Sierra, so this is what we're devoting our entire organizational resources in this area to. Also, you seem to go from what if they have a nice face to burn them like real quick. For someone complaining about the speed of the driving, that was real quick.
Oh, but the fire has healing properties. It lets them learn the error of their ways, and they become better people.
Charred.
It's what happened to me.
But better.
Exactly.
I'll be waiting for you in the alley.
Yeah, that's probably best. Okay, so we don't have schematics of this facility?
You do roughly.
Other than okay.
You know how many floors it is. You know that the codes that you need to get to are in the basement 4 level.
Mm-hmm.
There is only one elevator that goes sort of up and down between the levels.
Okay.
You know that there is a lot of security at the main floor entrance. You know that there are security checkpoints when you go into any level, but that you would only necessarily pass 2 checkpoints. Well, theoretically. If you did this normally, you would walk in, security checkpoint, elevator down, out, security checkpoint.
Okay. And there's a guard shack on the premise, or like a guard tower, or
there's not really any like guard tower. There's there's sort of monitoring facilities on the main floor and on basement level 5, and there are guards.
Oh, okay,
throughout.
okay.
This is much smaller. Like, it's not really a complex like Dent and Ressa's was. It's a building. It just happens to be a building that's mostly down.
Do we know what type of security, like ground security? Like, obviously the building, but like, what about like perimeter?
Relatively little from anything you can tell. There appears to be a light fence. Most of this security seems to focus on inside.
Gotcha. Okay. So, Nero, we need to figure out the best way to get in so that we can do what we need to do. And getting out, we'll figure that out when we get there, but we gotta get in.
Can we sneak, or do we need to talk to people?
I think it's a little of both.
I can disguise myself to look like somebody we see.
That's not a bad idea.
I can't make myself sound like them, though.
That's kind of not a good idea, but it's doable. It's workable. We can work this out. We can work
I
this out.
can also make myself invisible.
And you can make yourself invisible?
I can. But how long does it last? It's only for like one round or something, isn't it?
I think so, yeah. It's more of a combat invisibility
Yeah,
than it is
it is.
invisible invisibility.
But the disguise self is longer, right?
I think it's like 10 minutes.
Okay. Okay. Over the table here. Rachel, what do you think?
1 hour for disguise self.
So I think I could disguise myself to look like somebody that's supposed to, be there.
Be there.
And I could be... I'm trying to think because there's only so much I can say.
Right.
Nero would never like give away our stuff, but it would be too hard for him, I think, to like blatantly lie. It would be a weird character turn to just be like, no, he can lie with ease.
Yeah.
Because it's useful to me. Do we have any idea that these security checkpoints are at all sneakable through? Like whatever intel that's been given to us, is it something that we have to like physically go through, or is there like a way around or something?
There could be a way around. I would say that a way around may well be a boon level thing. Let me put it this way. From your intel, there wasn't something. A boon will make something that like, oh, you get in, you see, oh, there's actually blah.
And the area that we're going to, where are we working there? What would be our reason for going there? Like, what kind of stuff is done there? Keep doing this.
Physically, this is the work.
Nervous tick, it's fine.
Maintenance of the sort of computers themselves. Janitorial. You might need data from one of these, or you could be doing sort of an inspection.
Oh.
God, my brain got so intense about making this thing that I literally checked out on your fucking answer, Galway. And then I was like, wait, he was answering my question.
You're fine. You could be you could be performing maintenance on the machines that are there. Janitorial could be there. You could be trying to use these machines. Like you could need to verify some codes. You could need to be changing something out. So like you could be an end user of the machines. You could be inspecting something, theoretically.
Okay. Idea.
Here's your schematic.
Very good. Very good.
Thank you, Heather. It's beautiful. So I could disguise myself. We could knock somebody out, steal their clothes, put them on you, and then pretend you will go and play pretend that we need to do some maintenance in there. And I will agree with you that we need to be in there.
Okay. That's not a bad idea. Would we by chance have, like, I know we didn't have like a whole lot of time in between like what we just did and this, but like would there have been time to like get, obviously, not fraudulent, or definitely fraudulent documentation that would say that were like inspectors of some sort?
You've had several days, as much as we didn't role play it out beforehand, since Minnow made that suggestion of maybe we should all have the plan. You've been thinking about this kind of over several days.
Because I'm wondering if maybe you should hold on to that disguised self. Like if we just went in, or maybe you do disguise yourself as somebody who's not there, but somebody different. And then we get in, and then that way there's at least that ace up our sleeve that you're somebody different,
Yes.
So like if we pose as like the inspectors of the machine, or we're there, and then, that way we could probably, hopefully if all goes well, be guided down by somebody and then go that way.
And can I, since Chris or Ketch is going to do most of the talking in terms of like convincing them
The
why
lying
we're here and stuff, yes. Hope you like that I said play pretend because I'm a child. Can I vow to help him in all that and then be able to utilize command of my word?
Yes. I would also say that this all falls into this is getting the Bessie boys home. So you've already given your word to assist them getting home, or even more pertinently to Nero, Asana. Asana's not getting home unless you do this.
Right.
So yeah, I would say Cowman of his word is certainly in play. I will also say, as you have formed the outlines of this plan, a couple of things that are potentially pertinent to it happen.
Okay.
You see exiting the facility someone who's wearing clothes very similar to were you both in sort of Drakon work outfits? The sort of disguises you'd arrange. Carrying a briefcase. It's essentially we've gone full corporatism future here, where like the suits are branded. So it is someone that is like a technician level. This doesn't look like a security guard or anything, walking out with a briefcase. So you have now seen it's a Durgar man, an Underdark dwarf. So you have seen someone who belongs in the facility. You don't really know anything else about that. The other thing that maybe is kind of pertinent is, as a sort of alarm pings on your data ports of Deed, to sort of your southwest, you see an enormous plume of fire hit the sky, and you see the lights on the building in front of you go out, followed by red emergency lights coming on.
Okay.
You're pretty sure that this means that Ressa and Dent are done with part 1.
Fantastic. Okay. So, all right, Nero, I think I have it. Okay. So, I need you to breathe with me, because we're going to have to do some lying. Okay. But this is going to get us and Asana and Bessie Buy's boys home. Okay. So you just kind of have to roll with it. All right. Can you do that for me?
I can try.
Okay. I promise I will do everything I can to keep you from actually lying, but maybe you just kind of have to like nod your head in agreements with me. Okay? Okay. So I'm assuming that was Dent and Ressa, which means the building we gotta go in now is low on power. So that's kind of going to be our thing. We're going in. We've been sent to inspect the machines, for the machinery to make sure that no data was lost because of this explosion blackout. Okay? All right. That's what we're going to try. And remember, if all else fails, smash.
Smash.
Very good.
Okay. All right. So there's then there's no security gate to actually enter
The gates
premise,
are
but
essentially
you just walk.
open, partially because of the power loss. So yeah, you can just make your way forward, get to the door, go in if you want. As you enter in, it looks...
Hello, fellow Dracon employees.
You walk inside, and Nero, you kind of just have this ready of hello, fellow Dracon employee. What is happening? What is happening? I need a report, Sector 3. God, what is happening? There's no power. Oh God! Can anyone get in touch with Central?
Hey, yes. Hello. Hi. Yes. Hi.
What's going?
Hey. Yeah. We're from Central.
Oh, what's going on?
Well, you see, what I think happened is a couple of those mechs over there that were just kind of patrolling. I think one bumped into a power outlet or something. They're still confirming. It's kind of a hot mess, as you can imagine. Hot mess. You get it? Yeah. So we, as I point to myself and Nero, we were sent down to very quickly, as you can imagine. I mean, it was they're all over it. They were just hey, you guys need to get over there and make sure all that data is secure and safe. So that's what we're here to do.
We are supposed to be here.
Okay, so originally I was going to say, Chris, give me a deception check and you can have advantage because Nero's helping you. And now I'm pondering, what is the definition of help? Go ahead.
Staying out of the way.
Go ahead and give me a deception check with advantage.
He's trying so hard to not lie but still be useful.
Let's see if roll 20 is going to be nice to me.
14. So incidentally, just so I can also double check, you have not activated, I'm assuming, Pass Without Trace.
No.
Okay, cool. I just wanted to make sure.
How long does it last? For an hour, right?
Yes.
Oh, let's just activate it before we go in then. Right?
Yeah,
We'll be there for more than an hour.
But so that means they can still see us and we can still interact.
We just
You're
have an
not
advantage
invisible.
on stealth, or we get +10 on stealth checks. So when we're trying to be stealthy,
You just leave no
okay.
tracks. You're kind of hard to notice.
Yeah. Okay. So I was thinking it had to be something that we did
when we were
inside.
actually
So,
sneaking.
yeah. No, definitely.
Okay, that's fine. So Catch, you are concentrating on that spell. How could you already be dead? That explosion just.
I know. It rattled the cages. As in the corporate cages. For us low levels. No, I mean seriously, honestly, we were going to get some lunch or dinner. I mean, sometimes we work all the time. You just eat a meal when you get to eat a meal, right? I mean, you hear me, right? You totally feel me. So we were actually going to get food, and they called, and they're like, "Oh no, you can't eat. Did you hear that explosion? Did you see what's going on out there? You need to get your asses down there and make sure all that data is safe because they're going to be running around. They're not going to know what's going on, and you got to get over there and you got to help them." And so that's what we did. We have not had a chance to eat yet. Can you believe that? You know what? I may be having some low blood sugar going on, but you got any snacks? Did you have a snack? I could really, really go for a snack. I feel like this is a lot. I mean, I'm sure you probably need a snack. I mean, look at you. You're beside yourself. I'm beside myself. We're all beside ourselves.
Okay, with you all saying snack enough, I do have to ask, do you have hallucinatory cupcakes?
I think Elise sent all of us with some.
Yeah, absolutely. Minnow would have packed up and just really carefully been now Nero, remember, these are only for other people cupcakes.
And Nero's just going to say, after Ketch finishes, is just going to look at the guard and say, "We are very on top of things.
That should make a deception check with advantage.
Hello, Nero.
Oh,
16.
Got all for advantage.
They're sort of like, I guess that makes sense. Yeah, you do look tweaked out, and that one's vaguely comatose.
How many people are in there right now?
There's a security guard sort of behind the person who you're talking to, who is more of a technician slash just management type. Okay, so they sent you to, what data are they wanting you to check?
Look, man. Okay. So, as we were like in mid phone call, actually, it wasn't even really a phone call. Like, I mean, they called me, but they didn't talk to me. There was a lot of screaming going on. All I could make out was make sure that the creds, I know that you guys have like the credit servers here, right? Yeah?
Yeah.
The storage. But then they mentioned something about B4. Make sure B4 and possibly 5 that may have come through, B4 and 5, make sure that they were secure. I guess they're concerned about the money. You know, everybody's concerned about the money. They're corporate. They want to make sure their money's taken care of. They don't care that they don't care that I am no longer on the clock because I was supposed to be going to get food. They don't care that at all. Are they going to pay me my overtime? No, they're not going to pay me overtime. They're not going to pay you overtime either. Can you believe that? I feel like we need a union rep up in here. We need a union rep.
I'm vibing like, amen, hallelujah.
None of us are getting overtime for this.
Yeah, this is just, it's almost like I feel like, look, you know, I mean, don't let this get around because I know, like, you know, look, water cooler talk is water cooler talk, okay? I mean, come on, are you with me? Are you with me? But I feel like we are being taken advantage of. And you know what? I gotta tell you that it's just one thing after another. And this is the 3rd time this week that I have been kept from getting my lunch. And if I don't get my lunch soon, I really... You never said, do you have any snacks?
You guys see them sort of like open a drawer and like hand you the equivalent of like an energy bar.
Much appreciated, much appreciated. So
I also like the fact that essentially the fastest and slowest talkers in the party have now been juxtaposed. Ketch amped up out of his mind and Nero nervous out of his mind, which makes him even slower. I need 2 rolls. Chris, I need a deception check. With advantage, just mainly because you're just fucking harping on the police.
I did say that none of us are getting overtime.
None of us are getting overtime. I enjoyed the fact that you have never lied through the things you've said.
Jesus.
Heather, I need you to roll a d20.
God,
Chris, don't forget you have its inspiration.
I know, but is now the time to use it?
Yes.
Might be. That's your 3rd
I
deception
think we're on the
check.
cusp.
That's true. Okay, I will try just rolling again.
Can I roll? I guess I'm giving advantage too. I was going to say, can I roll persuasion? Since I'm not.
What kind of
I
how did you
feel
do
like
that?
persuasion should be my thing, but no.
So the 10 it is, I guess.
Yes.
So we will juxtapose this with Heather. Please describe something minimally helpful that occurs as time collapses in on itself.
Oh boy. Okay. So does it have to be a direct consequence of the time collapse, or?
It's essentially just an occurrence in the world that's from the improbabilities coming of time is breaking.
Okay. God, this is harder than I thought it was.
Yeah, see?
Yeah.
I was like, wait, what? I wasn't prepared.
Oh man. So
Make the filing cabinet fall on the Dracon guard. I'm just kidding.
I think, okay, so as time shifts a little bit, the floor in there is gonna shift some, and it's gonna cause one of the other people that are in there to face plant. That happens to be like his buddy or maybe his partner.
Okay. All right, I like
And
that.
it's directly in his view.
I like that. So yeah, you see someone is coming out, and then essentially like part of the end of the staircase kind of folds into being flat for like the last couple of stairs. So they're sort of stepping off the third stair, and they'll sort of stumble, go face first. Yeah. Okay. Fine. That makes sense. And they're
You
sort of like,
all might want to check your contracts. He deserves hazard pay for that. Like, I would be like, call in the union rep now. Get in that contract checked.
The what
Make
rep?
sure you... Union, you know, like, I mean, look, I make up words a lot of the times, but, like, I feel like there should be somebody. I know we have somebody who, like, actually looks out for us. Us, the hard workers of the day-to-day. Right? Are you with me? Make sure that hazard pay is being taken care of for these people. I mean, like,
also, what is that?
hazard
Oh my
pay?
god.
Oh my,
Cat just
okay.
goes in and labor organizes. That's the plan.
Mm-hmm.
With
You
this,
deserve to be cared for by the
Yes.
company.
And compensated for when shit goes wrong. Remember, we're not getting overtime for this.
you clearly haven't eaten. Riven, take them down to wherever they're trying to go to. Oh God, Jean, are you? That's a lot of blood.
Yes. Come on. You need to file. Make sure you file this. Make sure you document it. Take pictures, and make sure
You're
that it
just
is sent
shouting
to
this
the
at this
proper
person's back.
authorities.
They've moved on. The security guard, a tiefling man, will sort of like step forward, like, I am taking you down to B4.
Yes.
Okay.
Thanks, Riven. That's so very nice of you. How about you lead the way?
Yeah, okay, just come this way. And then Riven's gonna step through what is definitely the security checkpoint that you recognize from some of the other things. It's definitely a bioscanner.
Oh shit. Shit. No. Hold on. I gotta have an internal conversation.
Nero's gonna look at Ketch and just mime smashing.
Okay.
Are there
hold
other
on.
people around, or is it just Riven at this bioscanner?
There's
Wait, does
other
this-
guards.
Does this bioscanner mean that it's a technological scan? Does it mean that Eliza will be detected?
Quite possibly.
Oy shive. Okay. So, I am gonna quickly mention that I need Eliza to try and hide herself if possible.
Okay. You do think there could be an issue with the fact that you do not have biological credentials to be in Drakon facilities.
Oh yeah. Okay, hold on. Wait. We can't smash yet. we
You do
need
have
to
boons.
We do have boons. I had a
Can we make it that a boon that the bioscanner is down with the power being out?
Yes. That
Oh.
feels like an appropriate level of boon to me. Nero, do
So
you
as he walks through, nothing happens.
I was gonna say, Nero, do you want to take that as your boon for this?
Yeah, sure. I'll do that.
Yeah, so
Yeah,
you
I
walk
didn't think of
through,
that.
and the way that actually I'm going to run this is, they don't even realize with all the chaos going down that the machine is out. You all don't fully realize that the machine is out. Nero probably, you see that there's like a little light on the side of it, like a little LED, that you feel like whenever you've seen stuff like this before, it's on, like it's lit up, and it's not, and you're kind of like, oh yeah, there's not the light, huh? And you just kind of go through as Ketch is like, huh?
It takes everything in Nero's power to not point out to somebody that their machine is off.
Very good.
Like, he very much just wants to be like, I think your machine isn't working, but he does not.
You go down, you get to the elevator, you get in with Riven.
wait. The power's out. Is the elevator working?
Yes, it is on generators. A lot of the
Okay.
core systems are. You suspect that actually this should have been. It may have been damaged by something. This is if catches on to sort of why you were able to get through it. That seems strange. That seems like that should have been backed up. Something is happening.
Okay.
So, Riven, tell me about yourself.
Distraction.
Got any family back home?
Yeah, a couple of siblings.
Oh, what are their names and careers?
Jezza and Miki, and neither of them have careers. They're children.
Oh, you're not a child, though.
No, he is a younger tiefling. He's probably in like his maybe early 20s. He's like, no. I started here. I'm hoping next year I'll have been working here for in a couple of months I'll have been working here for a full year, and I hope that once that's there, I can get my siblings jobs once they turn 14, so that they can work with the company.
Oh, do they want to work with the company? It sounds like something a child might enjoy.
I mean, I'm confused by the conversation. Better that they're here than the fight pits, or
Oh, fight pits sound fun. Not for children, though.
This Riven will like step towards Catch. Yeah,
Oh
fun.
goodness. Yeah. So Riven, seen anything unusual tonight?
There's like
Don't look at me.
there's like red safety lights flickering in the elevator. Sort of all of this falls in the category of unusual. I don't really
Not
like
for
it.
us. We're used to unusual things.
I mean, our unusual is not getting to have lunch, which is technically pretty usual when you think about it, considering how often they call us. Did I mention that we didn't get to have our lunch? Have you had your lunch, Riven? Did you get to eat today? Have you hydrated? Have you had enough water? Because I feel like that's another thing that they keep dissing us on, is they don't refill the water coolers to make sure that we have all the proper hydration. I have this friend back home who's always reminding us that we need to hydrate, and I feel like you need a friend like that too, because she just always makes sure you hydrate, and I feel like you need to hydrate, Riven. Are you hydrated?
The doors of the elevator will open at, you see the little display of B4, and you're just gonna hear Riven, oh thank God. We're here. Have a lovely day.
Good luck to your child siblings.
Yeah, teach them how to throw a mean right hook, and they'll be all right in those fight pits in case that's where they want to end up, But make sure they stay hydrated and get them their lunches.
I like how we went from labor organization to successful training for fight pits.
Children in fright pit.
Okay, so you now see in front of you another security checkpoint very similar to the one that you passed through up above. Bioscanners. Behind it, you see sort of a hallway with a couple of doors leading off, one of which is glass, and behind it you can see a bunch of computer server racks, essentially, with a terminal connected to them. There are 3 guards here who are sort of manning the checkpoint. And yeah, what would you like to do? Oh, also, Sam, roll a d20.
Oh boy, let's go. All right, bing, bada boom. Here's a d20. Oh boy.
4. please describe something significantly harmful to Ketch and Nero. Something
Thanks,
that makes their
Sam.
life significantly harder.
Oh, it was going so well.
Can this one get an inspiration? It was a D20.
I'll allow that.
I don't have inspiration.
Did you already use it today?
Okay. Yeah, I used it already.
Use mine.
Thanks, Ressa / Heather.
All right. Well, I would like to also let you guys know what popped into my brain as what should happen, with the
Which
D4.
may still happen if the result is better.
Yeah,
16.
Okay.
Gosh.
Well, now it doesn't. But what was going to happen is like one of those server acts was going to just cause like a domino effect.
Oh.
Yeah. Anyway.
Something significantly helpful occurs.
Let's see. Let's say what's his face? The tiefling guy?
He's
Riven?
gone.
He's gone. Okay, great. We're alone now.
No.
There's 3 security guards.
Okay. There are 3 security guards.
They're sort of manning another one of these checkpoints. There's another scanner, and then out on the other side of it are the
Something significantly. One of the security guys over like his little walkie-talkie intercom gets a notification. Like all guard retinues immediately down to ground level. There's been a breach.
Okay. Yeah. That is possible. You're gonna see at this there sort of one of them in the back, a dwarf, will be like, go. 2 of the guards are gonna push past you guys and sort of jam on the elevator button and then go up. So now there is 1 guard at the security scanner.
Yeah.
And
All right.
Nero looks at him and says, "We're supposed to be here."
Okay, I kind of assumed that because you are. Now I'm questioning if you are, because leads a conversation.
Didn't you see Riven take us down here in the
look,
elevator?
Long story short, we were supposed to be going to have lunch and instead got a call that we had to run over here, which puts us into overtime, which they're not going to pay us for, because that's how these people work. They don't pay us. You're not getting overtime. Do you understand that? You're not getting overtime. I hope you had your lunch, because you're probably not going to get a lunch break either. And if you don't have any snacks on you, you're not going to get to eat. But I tell you what, I've got something special, because and I pull out this package of our cupcakes, and I was like, we were actually going to eat these for our dessert after lunch, but you know what? We weren't able to, and the nice guys upstairs were able to give us some protein bars. So actually, I'm kind of full now, and I really don't have room for one of these. And same here. You're full too, ain't you, honey? You ate that protein bar. And I'm like knocking on Nero. I'm like, you ate that protein bar, right? And I'm like nodding my head, hoping Nero understands.
Yes, I don't need to eat right now.
Yeah, so because I feel for you, you just had to send everybody off, so you're here all by yourself. You're not going to be able to take a break. You're probably not going to be able to go pee if you have to go pee. Do you have a bottle back there? Are you staying hydrated? Did you get lunch today? By the way, here's a cupcake.
Fuck it. Give me a performance check at this point.
With advantage?
With advantage.
Yeah.
It's it's all charisma, and I suck at charisma.
Oh
A 10.
Jesus. And I'm out of inspiration.
I'll give you mine. Do mine.
Are we sure? Okay.
Going hard on the cupcake. In it to win it with a cupcake. That'd be a 7 instead.
Or an 11. Oh, no, because the 7 is... Jesus,
one
fuck. Because you don't get the... Yeah.
It's a
Our
10.
inspirations have not been useful.
No. No.
He's just kind of... He's just kind of like, Okay. I kind of just started my shift, so I don't need this right now. But I
You
can.
mean you just started your shift, but do you understand how long you're going to be here? Do you know what happened outside? There is a fire plume up in the sky because something happened with a mech and a power outlet. I don't know. They're still getting details. They haven't filled me in yet. But something happened, and there's a plume of fire that has caused all of this. You're not going to get a lunch break. You should probably eat the cupcake because you're going to need all the sugar rush you can get. I'm telling you. And you probably need to just grab a bottle of water because you're not going to have time to go get some hot water, and you got to stay hydrated. But at the same time, if you drink all the water and you can't go to the bathroom, you're going to need the empty bottle to go pee in because I guarantee you they're not going to let you go to the bathroom either.
I've gotten to the point where I feel like Ketch should be doing psychic damage to these people. Like there's just like oh god, I can't process this much.
Catch is so like wound up because he knows that he really can't rely on Nero to do any lying, so he's trying to just talk as fast
He's just
as
trying to have
possible.
all the lies.
He's
Try
just
every
trying to
angle.
hammer it all out.
I will say, and I don't know if this is better for you. You can give me your choice of persuasion or deception on that one. There was enough truth in that.
Persuasion. We'll try persuasion. See if that helps.
12.
Is that with advantage?
No, I don't.
Because he did.
It's like, okay, fine. I just like takes a bite of it. Look, I'm gonna save the rest for later. Maybe this situation. Yeah, maybe the situation is gonna,
I
require...
made these cupcakes. You don't want to save the rest for later. They're delicious. I made it with love for my friend here, and you should eat the love. It's for you now.
Nero, you can make a persuasion roll. I love that this entire thing is now going to hinge on the cupcake plan. Leftover cupcake plan. 14.
14.
It's like, okay. Just like gonna take like another couple of bites. He is a dwarf who have advantage on saving throws against poison. As a 5 and a 6.
Excellent.
You're gonna sort of see his
6,
eyes
okay.
get sort of wide. And he's just gonna sort like walk over, and the little LED on the scanner that you'd seen before that was out is on, and he's just sort of like, have you seen this?
Yeah, it's pretty trippy. Do you not like it?
No, it's great.
Is it great? But you know what would be even cooler?
What?
See that button right there? I think that button will make it flash, and then it'll look even cooler.
Are you trying to like point at like a power off button?
Yes.
Give me a persuasion check with advantage. Because I don't think you're really lying to this guy. Jesus, your rolls!
Just stop. But okay, like listen, the DC had to be low, right?
The DC is very low, and I think he's gonna sort of like,
It was a
No.
10, by the way, for everyone
yes, it was a
listening.
10. Sorry.
Yes. Sorry.
Roll a d20 for me.
Me?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Because luck dice have been your only. God, no! That's a 4 on a luck die. Okay, curse
Why?
that.
We need to stop letting Chris roll. I need to start rolling now.
A thing that has
Push
never
the
been
damn
said
button.
in
Right?
D&D
Thing that's
before.
never been said. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
You're gonna seem like it'll flash.
I mean, it could. This is, yeah.
He's just gonna
possibly.
reach over and go to slap the button. He's gonna entirely miss it, and hit the button next to it, which is the alarm button.
Oh god.
Can Nero reach forward and press the alarm button again to turn it off?
You can try.
Yeah, I would like to.
Sort of like, boop. It will turn it off. He is now staring at like the klaxon lights in the ceiling, doing this. He's like, no, again.
Okay, I'm gonna do my thing. Hold on, let me find it.
Punching the
I'm
bejesus
gonna
out of this
do
man?
no. I'm going to do my elemental attunement and just start causing little elemental things to happen. So like little things of flame to burst into effect, or
Yeah.
you know,
Flashing
chilling and
lights.
warming things, causing a mist, these kinds of things. And while I'm doing that and distracting him, I want to press the button to turn the thing off.
Give me a stealth check with advantage.
Plus 10.
Plus 10.
Thank you for remembering, Sam. So that's a 20 with that plus 10.
Jesus, we like.
He's just sort of like,
We're bad to be paired up, Chris.
I like how I flicker in and out of existence when I do this.
Oh, we're so good.
Yeah. Yeah. And you sort of reach over and tap the button. You see the light power down now. And you're pretty sure you can get through.
You might want to sit down, friend.
He will just like flop backwards onto the ground. There's not a chair. He's just like, poof.
And I'm just gonna like, is there some kind of like glass container or something around?
Yeah.
I'm gonna stuff some paper in it and just like light it on fire to kind of keep him
It's
distracted.
kind of like a little metal tray. It's like the thing that you can put like coins or your wallet in when going through a scanner.
I'm gonna put some different things that'll burn at different lengths because of course I know how long different things will burn, and just to keep him occupied for a while.
He's just sort of sitting there going, you have a free path to the servers at the back.
Okay, I have a question. These servers, can we access the cred servers through these servers?
They're separate systems.
They're separate systems?
Yeah. This one is
Okay.
the codes, and you do have a hack pad provided by Wiseband that will extract the things you need.
Okay, so okay, so I have a question logistically about this then. Because I know we need to kind of like disguise what we're after so they like don't see what we're doing. If we hack at the cred monitors at the same time we're hacking at these, will that be enough of a cover?
That would require you to be on separate floors.
Yes, I fully understand that.
You would say that
So you want to leave me down here?
probably been relatively stealthy and given a reason for why you're accessing this system in a way that is not going to trip a bunch of alarms that there has been an unexpected incursion. So you might be able to just sort of risk it and just go. You would honestly say, especially given sort of the amount of lying you've been having to do, etc., that you'd be at significant risk if you split up or tried to go to both places.
But part of Ketch's lie when he walked in said that they were there
It's true.
to check the cred machines.
I'm just saying you're
and
going to have to
before.
leave Nero alone and potentially needing to interact with someone.
Right.
Which could include the 2 guards from this floor coming back to find their supervisor tripping balls on the ground.
Okay. What about the guard station there? Do they have a monitor of sorts?
Mm-hmm.
And we can't access anything from that monitor?
It's surveillance stuff.
Just surveillance stuff?
Yeah, and it's mostly just this floor.
Okay. So, say I want to have an outside force hack in just to like the building to cause a distraction. Would that work?
As in to cover your trail.
Yes.
I will say that your boon can be that if you access one of those types of systems, like the security one, there can be sort of paragon hackers who are prepared to offer distractions and sort of attack system vulnerabilities.
Okay. So we would have to like get in through that the security monitor, and then we can go.
You would essentially be able to
right
just
where we're at.
you just be able to plug a port into it. You're giving them a network connection to it.
Okay, yeah, that's what I would like to do.
So that was your boon. You prepared that. We just retconned that backwards. You
Yes.
do that. You go. You plug the hack pad in. The hack pad is automatically searching for the entry codes that Team 3 needs and is transmitting it to them after about 15 seconds. It doesn't take long. It's done. You start walking back out. You can now see the security is like flickering weirdly. You're pretty sure that the Paragon incursion is well underway at this point.
Okay.
As you begin walking back towards the elevator, you pass by this dwarvish security guard who is now lying fully on his back, sort of grappling at the little container of fire, trying to get a better view of it.
Nice. Is the only way between floors an elevator, or are there
Yes.
stairs? There's no stairs?
There are no stairs.
That's a fire
That's an
hazard.
OSHA violation.
And I am going to have to speak to somebody
That's
else.
a fire hazard. Leaves a tripping out dwarf with a tray of fire. I'm gonna prove this point, goddammit.
Okay. All right, Nero. Are you ready
Yes.
to try and do another part of this?
Yes, it's been going great so far.
I know, right? So good.
We're a good team, Ketch.
You know, we really freaking are, but I feel like sometimes something is like stacked against us. I'm not quite sure what it is. I feel like there's like kind of like this, it's like a roll of the die kind of thing, you know? Okay, so what we need to do is we're going to go up one level. We're going to try and like hijack their cred machines too. We're going to steal some credits. We're going to liberate some people. We are going to give back to the people who need it. And like, I've forgotten that I'm like not talking to everybody else, that I'm actually just talking to Nero.
Oh, we're going to give money to the poor from them?
Yes, hell yes, we are. That's what we're going to do, okay?
This is a crime I am okay with.
I thought you might.
Okay. You go up a floor. There is one security guard. Because that call went out to get sort of everybody to a post upstairs.
Is there another, like, we have to walk through another checkpoint?
Yep.
Son of a bitch.
The document specified they were on every floor.
Yes, I know. That doesn't mean I retain that knowledge.
We
Okay.
need to get through here quickly, please.
Yes.
Okay. He's not stopping
don't
you. You're
have
just walking
time.
through the scanner.
To discuss.
Again, that's fine. You can just walk through.
Can I try a similar thing in that I know this man is not tripping balls? But can I like try and like sneakily set like do a little like puff of fire on something where he's looking away from the button that would turn it off? And he could just be like, oh no, this thing's on fire.
Yeah.
And I could press the button.
Or you could just freaking set something on fire because everything
Yeah, I'm
is
going to
going
set something
shit.
on fire for sure. Yes, I'm going to set something on fire.
Give me a sleight of hand, or give me a sleight of hand or stealth roll. It can be stealth because you have a huge +10 to it right now.
Hold on. Can we give him advantage if Ketch just starts going off about how with there being no stairs in the building, it's a major fire
Yes,
hazard?
that's
Okay,
fine.
so you know what? Okay, we were sent down here. Look, I've explained to everybody else. We were called away from a lunch. We didn't get a chance to eat. We're not getting our overtime. Holy
Plus
shit.
10? Plus 10?
So plus 10
It was
is
a 1 and a
15 at
2.
least.
Oh my
Jesus, how did I
God.
roll a 4 and a 5?
You rolled a
scared
1 and
the
a
cat.
2.
Yeah, that's what I meant.
Fuck me running. I'm just like, yeah, sure, you can have advantage. Yeah, sure, you have pass without try. Jesus, you need every inch of this. With a 15, he's gonna, you just sort of catch like a little like motivational work poster. It's like, you know, it just sort of shows a tressum on like a wire with hang in there. And then there's just a sort of spike pit beneath it or else.
Or else.
Wings!
Yeah.
The wings are
Dragon
clipped.
consider this in their visual metaphor.
They just know that people like Tressum and they like people to work hard and be afraid.
Yeah.
Right. Okay.
Win.
Yes.
you just light that on fire. He is gonna look over at that, like, oh god, as Ketch is shouting about fire hazards, etc. And
this is a dangerous place.
You do tap the button. You do think he may notice that the system is off. But you can go through if you want.
Okay. So as we walk
such a thing, just really quickly.
Yeah.
Is it such a thing that, like, is it like a metal detector while I walk through the other side and I can tap the button again to turn it on once we're through it? So then maybe when he goes to check it, it'll just be on again and he'll be like, oh, maybe I just imagined it.
I'm willing to let you try that. So go through.
That's my plan. But sorry, Chris, you can also say what you were going to say.
I was just going to say, as we're walking through, I'm going to keep talking to keep him distracted because he's got the fire. He's got me ranting about not having a lunch. No stairs. It's a fire hazard. We need to unionize. Have you hydrated today? You're not going to get to go to the bathroom. And I'm just going to like keep repeating everything that I've been saying just for distraction.
I hesitate to say this. Give me another stealth roll. You do not have advantage this time.
Even with the distractions?
You do have +10.
But you have +10.
Has that helped in the past?
Yes, you've actually passed these rolls.
I mean, but yes, one of the that other one would have been a critical failure.
Yes.
Okay.
You're rolling 1s and 2s and passing.
Oh!
Hey, you're gonna tell me it didn't show.
It's a 2 though.
15.
It's not a 1.
15.
So it's a 15.
15.
Yeah.
At least it's not a critical failure, so it's a 15.
That was 3 dice that were a 1, a 2, and a 2. Jesus Christ, this is
And the other die I rolled before that was a 4 and a 7.
Okay, you manage it because he still is somewhat distracted. You are through.
Can I tell you I haven't rolled above a 10 yet? Like on the actual
Can we just
dice?
like start rolling our real physical dice? Because I feel like Roll20 is out to get us. It knows I'm playing, it hates me and keeps disconnecting, and it's like, you know what? Anyone who's playing with her cannot roll good.
Chris, I will tell you I don't roll better with
I was going to
physical
say,
dice.
I've heard stories of in person. It's not going to
Also, I just need to show you something real quick. Hold on.
It's a cat.
Oh,
He's like, the hell?
what a baby.
What's happening?
All
right.
He was cutely rolling on his back and licking himself, and now I turn the camera and he's like, what? I'm
Yep.
just sitting here. I'm like, but you weren't.
That's how they do.
Dick. You should feel shame.
I just enjoy Elise's comment in chat. Playing literal bombs, everything clean. Our stealthy deception fires hallucinogenics, aggro the guards. You get through. You are in the server again.
And I press the button again, right? So
Cool. Yep, you're 100% on the other side of that scanner, and it's back on.
Oh my goodness.
Jesus, thank everybody for Pass Without Trace.
You are in the server room. You can connect the a separate hack pad to it. You are beginning to funnel creds.
Yes.
Paragon had a bunch of accounts. They wanted things funneled to for their operations for people who needed money, people who had Drakon essentially screw them over on things.
Right.
So that's sort of transferring.
Cool.
This cat is too cute.
So cute.
You are now done. You are able to walk back out, except for the fact that you do have to go through a scanner again.
Just
Christ.
Okay.
Okay,
Weird.
this time I feel like I would just try and knock this person out if it's just one dude.
Right.
Okay, give me an attack roll. Is you're essentially just sort of like walking up to like do smash.
Nero would not be trying to kill, by the way.
Nero
I
smash.
sort of assumed.
Do
So
I get advantage because it's in a surprise attack?
I'll give you advantage on the first one. You may have to pummel him a few times. But you're a monk. That's kind of your whole thing. Oh,
Right.
it was a nat 20, and then
It is
still
a nat
okay.
20.
I like the die was a nat
God.
20.
And
I
then,
just
yeah.
watched the other die slap it out of the way, and I'm like, that is the peak of this session for your dice rolls.
I have seen the dice bump into each other and knock a nat 20 out of being a nat 20
And
and
actually
it not
have it
counting
reflect.
it as one.
Yeah, this one was weird. I guess it's stuck long enough.
It's
That
stuck
is a
long enough,
natural
yeah.
20. You have crit hit this man. I'm going to say because you are 8
Max
plus
damage.
8, because you are already going for this to be non-lethal, because I like crit hits to have sort of a narrative buff to it, and for
He's
expediency,
distracted.
you
putting
just
out a
100%
fire.
just like punch him in the back of the head as he's still sort of like looking at like the burned remains of the poster. Like, oh, I like that. Bam. Oh. He is down. You reach over, tap the button off, go through the scanner, tap the button back on.
That was the appropriate time to smash, right, Catch?
Yes, most definitely.
I'm getting
But-
better at reading situations.
You are doing so good, Nero. You know, I feel like we need to go on adventures together more often.
Yes.
Yes. But okay, here's just this one little thing though. We got to go down this elevator back to the ground floor where all the guards were called to and make our way out.
But
So
we're both really fast.
We are really fast. So we may have to like really, really run.
Maybe we try to sneak, and then if they see us, we'll be really fast.
Yeah, that's probably a good idea.
So you are going in the elevator back up to the ground floor. The elevator, you're sort of like, you've talked it over, you're ready. The elevator's doors slide open, and as they do, a guard hurtles backwards into the elevator, and you now see is just sort of impaled to the wall with a glowing crystalline greatsword. In the front of the building, which is now very much on fire, you see a bunch of what look very much like Dent, with a glowing red speck mounted on their chests, essentially slaughtering guards.
So is this like Pharaoh or attacking?
This seems like it's Foro, and you also see them flickering in
Sorry.
You see them sort of flickering in and out of reality, the way
This
things
is
from
Pharaoh versus Daikon. Rare foods in American grocery stores.
Is there a back door?
Yeah, theoretically, yeah. You could sort of get out, turn right instead of left, and just book it that way. Maybe there is a back door.
Yeah, let's try that.
Yeah.
You bolt, you find a back door, you sort of kick it open, just in time to see a tower next to you be sliced through by a several stories tall mech, which is very different looking from the arm that you saw before. It is glowing with red energy. It has a single very large red sort of, sounds odd to say, large red dot, but on it, instead of that sort of pattern of these creeping control nanites, and as it sort of finishes this slice, it will flicker out of existence as the tower collapses entirely.
Okay.
You continue fleeing. You get to the alleyway, and the Paragon driver, who sort of, things have gotten real fucking bad, and it's only been like 10 minutes.
Yeah, well, you should have been inside.
No. We're gonna go now.
Do you know what a union rep is?
No? Sounds
Oh, my-
kind of like one of the groups inside Paragon. Is that it?
You know what? I'm gonna write some documents before we leave. I'm gonna hook you all up. It's gonna be life changing. Okay.
The idea of Ketch spending the last like 30 minutes of his time in the future just like
Drafting a
desperately-
union from his quasi-feudalistic perspective of economics. Yeah.
Love it.
Very good. And now we cut to a very different part of Moontree City. High in the air. High above this sort of glittering skyscrapers that form one of the central business districts. It's a 52-story building that Asana is currently piloting her hover car above. And you, Minnow and Asana, know that this is kind of it. You are on the horizon. As you're sort of waiting to potentially drop in, you're not entirely sure how you're breaching from above. I'm assuming I think you had settled on doing that so you could skip the 46 intervening floors. You see on the horizon just a flash of flame. You see the power flicker in the building underneath you, and then slowly, like, certain lights coming back on that look more structural or emergency. And Dylan is who's sort of in the car, he's like, this doesn't help you get back out, but if you want to make this even easier for the getting down part, I can use, and holds up a scroll of Featherfall. So you could just sort of jump
down the side of the building and then just...
Oh, I meant onto the roof, but I guess you could do that too.
Onto the roof, yes. Yeah, you know what? Go for it. That is a spell Minnow has over the table, but she's going to let Dylan burn that scroll on it.
He's like, oh, okay. Well, that actually helps you with the getting back out part, potentially. It's like, I'll go and I'll move the car to where we're supposed to meet up afterwards. Please don't die.
Gonna do our best.
And it's a reaction when he sees someone falling. So you all will need to jump out if you want to.
Yeah, I think that a certain level of like weird calm comes over Minnow because like there's a familiarity to like I'm busting into a thing and I'm stealing shit that like harkens back to her criminal days. And so despite Elise being extremely nervous about this, Minnow is a little calm, and she just like looks over at Asana and like gives her a nod, and like when Asana gives a thumbs up, we'll jump.
You're gonna see Asana sort of put her mask back on, and then Asana will sort of almost lean backwards out of the car.
Yeah.
Dylan will cast Featherfall. You're not very high over the building, but you've essentially done this so you're just moving at a similar traffic level. As you all are now floating gently down, Asana somewhat...
Cast without trace up?
Oh, yeah. She has that cast.
Really getting Mission Impossible vibes.
As you're sort of tumbling... on the horizon at various points, you begin to see more... At first you think they're columns of fire, and now you realize that some of them are explosions and others of them seem to be just lasers that then cause explosions. And this doesn't seem to be part of the plan that you discussed. You have the access codes that are sort of being beamed into you by the hackpad. And you alight on the roof safely.
Okay, let's go. We look for the stairwell that gives us access, I guess. That'll be my first thing.
Yeah.
I'm also going to look for at this point, Minnow knows about security cameras, right? So
Yes.
she's going to be looking to try and clock any security cameras.
Cam's internet die as well. It wasn't a
I don't
BRB
know.
message. Yeah, give me a perception check.
It's a natural one.
Oh, boyo. Our rolls
guess
tonight.
We're
You've
gonna...
made Galway become one with the city in the background.
Wow.
Is this just? Do we just burn inspiration on this?
It's
right
just
here
like
and
the
now?
Homer Simpson meme of him going back into the hedge. It's just Galway
I know.
going back into the city.
I mean, was Asana giving me advantage? Was she looking too?
Yes, sure. Let's say that.
Okay, great.
Christ, I can't even with your rolls. Like, I'm looking at this and I'm like, this isn't even the difficulty of what I've set up. It's not like, oh, there's a combat that I'm just murdering you all with.
I'm looking for cameras. It's like, okay, 24.
You're looking for
thanks to
cameras.
Asana.
You yeet yourself off the edge.
Yeah. Okay.
Shit, I'm glad Featherfall's still up.
Okay. Yeah, bye.
24.
I guess we're going out on the ground floor.
Pincer attack. Okay. Jesus
Thank you,
Christ.
Asana.
You do see several cameras. Most of them are focused on this stairwell.
Okay.
You okay there, Rachel?
I got a weird bug bite. Sorry,
No, it's okay. I was like, is something seriously?
There's something real hard
bad?
underneath it, like some some
Is it on your
forearm muscles.
Is it on your muscles?
muscles.
But it's two little pinpoints. Like I'm like, what had fangs or something, or did it just bite me twice? Like,
It was me. Tiny fangs. Okay, yes, I will point these out to Asana, who probably saw them first, given it was her advantage that got me. And I'll be like, you think there's anything we can do in terms of like hacking those so that they don't see us enter the stairwell?
She's gonna sort of like, I can destroy them, or to sort of put them on a loop will require that I no longer have pass without trace.
Got it. Let's keep pass without trace. Let's not destroy them. Are they moving at all, or
They
they're
do
just...
seem to sort of be rotating.
So is there kind of like a timing to it of like we could probably get it where it's like minimal camera coverage, not none, I presume, but
It looks like they move in sync in the sense of like they both pan to the left, then they both pan to the right, so that there always is coverage of the door itself. But you probably could, if you waited until they were swung all the way one way and sort of got up against that wall and then waited until they were swung back and then swung back again, go around the corner, and that would be as minimal a time as you'd be on.
okay. I mean, with pass without trace up and really high stealth, like maybe that could count for against cameras. But first thing I'm going to do is use like Mage Hand Ledger Domain to see if the door is unlocked, because we're not going to blow our one chance at good camera angles.
It is not.
Okay.
Well done.
I guess I will use my Mage Hand to pick the lock. Is it a mechanical
It is
lock?
a physical lock. Yeah,
Okay.
it's mechanical.
Here comes the thieves' tools.
Please don't. Please, I can't emotionally deal. 22.
22.
Thank God. I like seeing double digits from you
I
all.
love it.
Literally, just double
I love
digits.
seeing
That's all I'm
not just
fucking
double
asking
digits,
for.
Above 20 is so good. Thank
Yeah,
God.
you were able to pick the lock. It's the roof. They're not really expecting people to break in from
That's
here.
good.
So, yeah.
Fair. In a city of flying cars, why not?
Yeah.
You suspect, looking around, that there may be, for example, pressure sensors that would let them know if a car landed.
Mm-hmm.
But
I'm going to check for traps.
that requires you to sort of be able to investigate the door. So you could do that next time when you're up against the door, if you want.
Minnow rolls insight on the building.
Is there
I don't trust
anything
the
in
fucking
terms of anything that I can visually see or that would indicate that there's an alarm on this door? Like it's unlocked now, but
give
do
me a
I think like
perception check.
opening it will cause an alarm?
Asana's helping you. You have advantage. Asana's helping you. Sorry, I was trying to say that before I managed to push to talk. Much better, 27.
27. Thank you.
You suspect there may be an alarm, but upon looking at it, you actually don't see one from here.
Okay. I'll turn to Asana and I'll be like, I don't see any alarm mechanism. It's probably got one. We've got...
It may be the doors to access the floors have the alarms.
This is a good point. All right. Well, we've got a few seconds when the cameras are at their least focused that we might have the best chance of getting through without being seen. So,
A question. You have the bird that hates you very much?
I do have the bird. Asana, I like what you're thinking. I'm gonna have Finch fly into one of those cameras and just be like so confused and just like angry, pecking at the camera, and like that camera has threatened Finch's babies is just gonna just like, yeah.
You do this, you sort of are timing it out with the swing.
Yeah.
I'm assuming you're pivoting around as quickly as you can, pop the door.
Yes.
Go ahead and give me stealth rolls with advantage. Or a stealth roll with advantage. Still
33.
That's still a single digit that had to be rolled on the die, even though it was good for you. But yeah, 33. You just
What did I roll? A 3?
it was a 13 and a 7.
Yeah. So that's okay.
Yeah, no, that
So
one
I
was
had
okay. I'm just like,
advantage.
and yet still.
Okay.
And yet
Plus
still,
10.
A single
so
digit
33.
number must be rolled anytime we roll 2 dice.
Clearly.
That was what I was referring to. It was still a great result
Absolutely.
because of how good you are at stealth. But I'm just like, Christ, are you ever going to like roll just like, I don't know, a 15 and a 17 when you have advantage? You just sort of fade around the corner very quickly. Asana follows after, sort of slaps the door closed with her heel. From the
And then, sorry.
good. And from outside, you still hear the.
Yeah. I'll have Finch like fly away like a normal bird, and then I'll snap them
Pocket.
out and then back to me. Yeah. Or just pocket dimension them. So
I was gonna say, oh, you're going to
not with
resummon
me,
the bird.
No, I'll just have the bird ready to be summoned.
Incredibly. I was gonna say, I'm sure Finch will help you with the subtlety here.
Yes.
See
All
the
right.
hate and rage.
Down
you are
the
now in a
stairs.
stairwell. You are on the 52nd floor. You know that you need to get to the labs on the 46th and 47th.
Okay, as we're going down the stairs, I'll keep an eye out for more cameras, and I'm going to talk to Asana quietly and say, any chance we can get like energy out, like energy readings on the building or anything about like the temperature control? Because that was what in the briefing from Wiseman, that was what they said would indicate where the server rooms are.
Yes, I should be able to at least check if it's inside my visual range. The sensors in my mask should be able to. They heighten my senses.
Okay.
She is
so
a
we're
lizard
just
person. She literally
This
sees
is
me
fair.
part of the time.
So we're just gonna start on the 47th since we're going down. Start on the 47th floor and hope it's there. We don't have any better way of guessing.
Not
Okay.
especially, no. So you get to the door labeled 47, which is, after, just as a note, the correct number of floors going down. This is not an elaborate ruse.
All right. I will look for an alarm mechanism to disable
Investigation check.
with Asana's help.
Yes.
$24.
Yes, the doors are locked, physically and electronically, and the electronic lock is also an alarm. Essentially, if it hasn't been disengaged correctly, an alarm will sound.
Any thoughts, Asana, on disengaging the electronic part of the lock?
If you work on the physical part of it, I can try the electronic part.
Okay. I will I'll just use there's no real reason to use the mage hand here. There's nothing.
I'm just going to say it's definitely better that you brought Asana and not me on this mission.
Yeah, this is
Ask the door
Sam's
its
insight
pronouns. Ask the door its pronouns.
on Asana's helpfulness here is spot on. So I will roll Thieves' Tools again. Advantage was a mistake, but
18.
it's an 18.
Yeah, you're sort of able to feel this is a more complicated lock than the roof one. This is better secured. But you are able to get the lock, and you're not really opening it. You've just got it to the point of like, I can turn this and it will open while you let Asana do her thing. 24 for hacking.
Yes.
You're going to sort of see her call up and like she occasionally uses essentially a virtual interface, and he's like, on the count of 3, 1, 2, 3, you'll see the light switch off as you flick the lock over, push the door open, very slowly, and she's sort of doesn't look like there's anyone in the hall.
Okay, I will slip into the hall, still moving stealthily.
So the halls that you're seeing are kind of they're like co-working bays. So like there's hallways, and then internally there's sort of large subdivided rooms, which do have glass walls. They generally have like screens on them, or they are opaque from your side. They may be photostatic. So it's not like you're super obviously out in the open. But that's kind of you seem like you've come in on one corner, and so you're on one side.
See a person just inside, or multiple people inside any of the rooms? Are there people that I can see?
Yes, there are some.
Okay. Are they wearing a standard uniform or a type of dress, like code, like clothing to a dress code or something of that nature?
Generally, yeah. They seem like, again, similarly, not that you know this, but they're in Drakon suits, essentially. They seem like they are techs. And this was described to you as a laboratory, but it's not not that Minnow would have an immediate concept of what a laboratory is, but like this doesn't look like alchemy or, modern terms, chemistry. This is much more computer science laboratories, server racks, things like that.
So if they have kind of like a standard look about them, Minnow will cast Disguise Self to adopt the standard look. She's not trying to be a specific person, but she just wants to
looks like Minnow, but wearing this.
Yes, exactly. Just like someone who might as well be here, right? Works in the lab down the hall or on the next floor down, and you haven't actually met this person, just in case they get spotted, so that there's a plausible, like, well, I'm escorting this guest, I forgot my security badge, I don't know.
Okay. And also, at the very least, it's not going to stand out to them as much.
Exactly. Like, if someone's just glancing over, they might just, like, glance away. That's the goal. Okay.
So you begin moving through the halls, then? With sort of Asana moving with you?
Stealthily.
I was going to say, are you trying to move stealthily or just sort of casually?
I think that in this case, Minnow would think of the two as the same, but also be like, she would be moving casually as if, like, in her mind, stealth right now is I belong here. But she's also doing so in a way where she's attempting to avoid.
But keeping an eye out on the sight lines and like, I'm going to move right through that intersection. And that's probably a person looking.
Exactly.
Okay.
That's, yes.
Give me a stealth roll. 30.
Dirty 20, but 30. Yeah.
You're moving through. Asana also seems to be moving perfectly stealthily. As much as possible, she's kind of trying to keep following your lead. She's caught onto this plan. She's also looking around, attempting to be subtle about it, but she's kind of trying to take in big swaths of this so that she can see if there's any localized heat signatures. Cat's so happy. And you sort of come down one of the hallways, and it looks like you would need to, if you turned right, you would move into sort of the center of this, which would give her a better sight line to the rest of the floor. Which also does expose you to the center of things. Are
there any big barrels that we can just solid snake our way through?
No.
Okay, well then we'll just walk.
You begin to move towards the center, and she's sort of as she's sort of looking, trying to see things. Give me a perception check with advantage.
Natural 20.
That's the roll that I've been saying. An 18 and a 20 for a natural 20, 28.
Jeez. Roll 20 loves Elise.
Yeah, right now. You guys remember that string of luck where Minnow just only rolled shit?
Yeah, where you finally
because
just
your bird's
physical
not a
dice.
fucking fish right now.
You are not wrong.
Not homicidal.
I gotta get that fish back. Bird, whatever.
as Asana is looking off to the left, so sort of to the opposite corner of where you came in, past some of these, you, keeping an eye out, let your gaze drift to the right, and you see in one of these offices where the windows are transparent, so like you can see into it and people inside could see out. You see a couple of techs, like they're dressed like you are dressed, talking to a couple of obviously security forces. And there's one who's not wearing a helmet that you recognize as the captain of the group that tried to seize you the first night you arrived in Moontree. That would be the man that you shot at a lot.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Have we been clocked?
He does not seem to have noticed you yet, though he's facing in the direction that you are. So if he sort of looks at movement in the hallway, he could well notice you.
Okay. I kind of very casually, very naturally stop to like tie my shoe, do some really innocuous, oh, I dropped my pen, have to pick it up kind of motion.
Mm-hmm.
And as I do so, I will recast disguise self and I will make Minnow not look like Minnow anymore. Minnow is going to look like Arden, her spouse.
And
will also just like smack like at Asana's ankle a little bit. In case Asana has not yet clocked this guy, and use the message cantrip to very quietly, as I'm doing this, mutter under my breath, "That's the guy that Minnow shot."
Speaking in third person.
Speaking in third person, shot at during that first fight that we had.
And now I'm having flashbacks to the whole bar scene where Minnow was Arden talking about Minnow, talking about Arden.
Yeah. This is her gut instincts. Like, I need somebody. How about this person?
I know this one. Asana will be like, oh, good. I think in the opposite corner there is what we are looking for based on the heat readings. Let's go that way quickly.
Okay. I'll stand back up and kind of, again, trying to be as natural as possible, as still stealthy within the confines of what stealth can even mean here. Kind of walk in such a way where I am visible if someone were to look, but Asana is slightly less visible if someone were to look.
Sort of, in this case, behind her.
So
that you're screening her from.
Yes.
them.
Yeah, I know that I can't perfectly cover her, but it's enough. Hoping it's enough that like a casual glance will not read as like, oh, that's that girl, that person.
Who hasn't rolled for time fuckery yet? Rachel.
Oh, roll good, Rachel. Roll good for me.
12. Something minorly helpful occurs as a result of time collapses.
So they're trying to cross or go wherever they are without being seen by that guy?
Pretty much,
yeah. What's that guy's name? Sorry, I don't know why.
Defo did not have a name.
Okay. What if it is that suddenly somebody just appears, like pretty close to him, but like suddenly just starts walking towards him intently, and is just like, Jerry, what are you still doing here? You gotta be over there to go look at that whatever's going on with those giant, just.
So basically, someone comes in and tries to get his attention and direct him elsewhere.
I want it to be like that it has to do with the time fuckery somewhat. I don't know if people just pop into existence as part of it, since machines do. So.
Okay, I'm going to spin this slightly. That's still
fair.
In the same vein. A person is just going to pop into existence. They are wearing... you kind of are also keeping an eye on this behind you because your face is no longer one that he's seen before, so it's okay if, he catches you in profile. A person pops in wearing a similar kind of outfit, but instead of the dragon head logo of Drakon, it's this kind of clover pattern that is the Foro logo. And they just begin screaming. Just like, oh, God,
Rain versus radish violence. It's so sad.
They are screaming. I will also 100% say, as you're going, and this is helpful, he is now very distracted. You also hear very quickly the sound of multiple gunshots.
Okay, we move faster.
You sort of get around a corner. You continue moving. It's in the sort of the corner block, so it is the full opposite side of the stairwell that you came in. There is the walls of this are all kind of this darkened glass. There is a palm pad on the door. It sounds like the heat signatures and enviro suggest that this would be servers.
Okay. And we have reason to believe, according to the briefing, that there will probably be security past those doors.
Yes.
Okay. How do we get past the palm scanner?
I can try to hack it.
Yep.
Or we can get a hand that's supposed to go in there.
Yes. I peek back around the corner. Is Jerry one of the people who died? Jerry has security clearance, right? Jerry is the name of that guy now because Rachel named him.
Jerry is the captain.
Jerry's the guy.
You see Jerry stride out into the hallway talking on an earpiece of like, and you just hear something like temporal breaches. These floors are apparently not immune. We need to keep monitoring on this entire building. And then he's going to sort of turn the other way, though. He's not coming towards you.
Okay. I duck back. Nope, not him. I think we hack it. I don't think we don't know who could give access, and trying to scan someone's hand that we don't know for sure has access is probably worse than.
Okay.
Right?
Makes sense to me. Also, we have to get the hand. That tends to cause a bit of a scene.
Yeah, I think.
Another 24 for
Hassan, I love you. I say it with my spouse's face on my face.
This is quiet.
You don't even know Arden. Calm down.
It looks like she is able to get through this palm pad.
All right. Is the door otherwise locked or alarmed? Or if you use the palm pad, you're just in, I guess, because that would be the security, right?
That's it. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. I'm like, all right, brace for guards, and I open the door when we go in.
You open the door. It's a fairly large room. You can see multiple sort of rows of large shelves, like large bookcases, essentially, server racks that extend out several rows deep. Sitting sort of on the near side to you, in the middle of the closest rack, is a terminal that would allow you to access, presumably, the servers. I'm just looking over at the Apple discussion.
Apple discourse, Honeycrisp all the way.
Honeycrisps and Pink Ladies are
I
both
will tell
also
you,
amazing.
Golden Delicious is one that nobody ever eats, and I've had it because of science experiments I did in class, and they're actually really good and taste similar to pears.
Nice.
Yum. I do.
They are really good. Most kids' favorites are Honeycrisp, by the way. So
They're also
I am a child inside.
They're also the most common juicing apple because their skin
EG
blemishes
or Gala.
incredibly easily.
Great for sangria.
All right. What the fuck was going on in here?
There's
So-
a terminal that we can use.
So you can see the terminal there. Essentially to either side of you as you're going into this room. So long, for Heather's benefit, long rectangle. So you're coming in on sort of the short side of it. And then the server racks are going back, stretching away. To either side of you, there are security officers. Not like on your shoulders, but sort of on either side of the room guarding this entrance. And as you sort of step through, they're like, what are you doing? Who are you? What's going on? We just got a very disquieting call.
I know. I heard Jerry. He was really upset. Actually, actually there were gunshots and I was scared out of my fucking mind. So we ducked in here. Also, I do have some business, so we're just gonna quickly you know what? We're all trying to get this shit under control, man. He's a guard, right? Just a guard?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna try and like pull like technical know-how and just be like, you think all of us, we're all techs in these labs because of this kind of shit that's going on outside, and you want to just die, or you want to let me do my job?
Is Minnow channeling Ketch?
Minnows channeling Ketch.
I was gonna say, is there about to be a unionization pitch included?
No,
in
this is full asshole though. This is just like, you're just a security guard, and I've got my PhD in temporal technomancy. So if you want to fucking fight with me, you can look at my credentials, and if you'd like, this is
So basically, Minnow has gone full like white collar Karen on this.
Yeah, this is 100% like, you're a security guard. I have I am trying to solve the problems, and you are in my way. Like,
give me a
do you want to
deception roll.
die? Shit is crazy. With advantage?
I don't think. I feel like Asana, who does not look like someone who should be here, is kind of like still on the other side of the door. Like,
I could totally swing this as like, we had to bring in outside experts because
sure,
if we
which you
don't,
could do.
yeah, okay.
So and then she's like,
I think I would do that. I'm not necessarily looking for help here but more of like to explain her presence. I'll just go ahead and roll the deception. Let's go. Of course, there's the 8. Let's do it.
Do you have inspiration?
Yeah, I do. You know what? Let's try. 11.
Okay. Good God.
11's in the double digits, which you said you wanted to see.
Yes.
We all started with inspiration today.
I just used it.
None of us have it left.
None of us have it anymore.
No, that's true.
So it is gone. You're gonna see the cards. I understand where you're coming from all too well.
So let me do my job.
But I'm gonna need to confirm this with someone, given the fact that we just got told to be on alert.
I have a stun baton in my inventory.
You sure do. I was gonna say, you also will see, sort of shielded from his view behind you, and but on that hip, you're gonna see like Asana starting to draw a pistol.
Okay, first I will cast Charm Person.
Okay.
Now we cast Charm Person.
Now we charm the people. That's a wisdom save, I believe.
That is a wisdom saving throw.
He's not wise either,
Oh,
so
thank God. Okay.
that's a 4.
a 4.
That is a total of
Jesus.
4. He is charmed.
Okay. I'm going to just kind of shake my head and laugh a little and be like, oh my God. How do I play this? Think about how Minnow would play this. Minnow is so cool and calm in these situations. Minnow will gesture for Asana to move forward and be like, all right, well, you're working on the verification. I know you have to do the verification. If you can just let us get started while you're working on that, and I'm going to kind of keep track of what he's doing. And I will I will try to get Asana to just start going confidently towards the computer to start doing this thing. And and just be like, of course you have to verify it. Why would I stop you from verifying it? But time is of an essence here. If you can't notice, that's a funny pun, because time, essence, collapsing the whole thing. So I'm just gonna let my friend go first, and I'm hoping for a persuasion roll here because I'm persuading him to just let Asana do that and not deceiving or anything.
I was gonna say, I don't hear anything there that is you have lied now. So yeah,
and I have advantage on this because he's charmed.
Correct.
Wow.
I was like, I knew this was gonna be a shit roll. I just knew it. For those of us at home, that is a 2 and a 3.
Resulting in a 6 and a 5.
Resulting in a 5 and a 6.
Minnow should never try charisma things. This is why I was like, do not let me talk to that that guy on the phone. Okay.
Does a sauna have inspiration?
I don't think a sauna has inspiration. Oh boy.
But he does regard me as a friendly acquaintance now. I'm not saying that's. I realize this is still a failure. I'm just saying.
I get it.
I'm a friend.
And you weren't lying to him. You were trying to persuade him. He's gonna be like, look, I know, and he's gonna sort of like, he's now rotated sort of around this little like side desk to more be in front of you, and sounds like, look, I get it, you know, I understand you're just trying to do your job, but I really have to check in before anybody can touch that, because I
cast suggestion. Make another wisdom saving throw, go away.
I like how it's like Minnow should never do charisma based things, so all of Minnow's spells are charisma based.
But this is a wisdom saving throw.
No, it's a wisdom saving throw, but I mean, like, they are spells that emulate wisdom or, like, charisma checks. I'm going to make you do something.
Should he fail that because he's a friend and could willingly fail?
He fails anyway, huh?
Fails
Yeah,
anyway.
I think he just did.
Okay. My suggestion... Okay. Suggest a course of activity limited to a sentence or two and magically influence a creature you can see within range. Worded in such a manner to make it reasonable. It pursues the course of action to the best of its ability. I will say, until we leave these premises, do not do anything to verify our identities, do not alert anyone that we are here, and protect us to the best of your ability. Is that reasonable, or is that too many things for a single suggestion?
To not make it go too long, there are ways that I think you can get to that do fall within reason. That are essentially, we should be here, you should help us. And it's like, that kind of covers the, I should protect you as a security guard would to the best of my ability. That is not, I'm going to take a bullet
so,
for you.
like, our work is vital.
Yeah. And I shouldn't get in your way.
Do not get in our way in any form or fashion and protect us instead, kind of thing, is essentially the, He
has failed. That suggestion takes hold. You're going to sort of, I just need to, you know what? This is important. You need to go do this. You're good. Your friend. Thank you.
Please go through. It would mean everything to me if you could just make sure that any of the other guards, I know you mean well and you protect us so well. If you could just let them know everything here is fine. We're just getting what we need. Nothing's going. Yeah, just let them know. And like, then I'm just going to focus on the task at hand.
The other guard is now kind of like, are you sure this is okay? Yeah, no, look, this is important. They need to go do this.
Okay.
He is not persuasive. The other guard is like, no, man, we get fired if we do
will
this.
cast Charm Person on this guard.
I think Charm Person is concentration.
It's not concentration.
Oh, it is not? Okay, cool.
Suggestion is.
Suggestion is. Okay.
Charm Person is not. Oh, that beats my DC. My DC is so low. Why is it so low?
Because you're an int caster, and like arcane trickster rogues are just hard.
Okay, well, I mean, if he knows that it failed,
stab him in the face,
right? That's how this works.
I believe Charm Person does specify that they know you cast the spell.
It says,
or is
when the spell ends, the creature knows it was charmed by you. I think that's.
I would read that then as it does not know that you've cast a spell outside of the fact that you've cast a spell with verbal and somatic components in front of him.
Right. Okay.
several
Then yeah, I
times
guess like
in a row.
what is he doing?
It's like, no,
And is Asana working?
Asana has slipped through at this point. I will say that the guard there has gotten you. Asana is free to go work. I will also say, though it's perhaps more limited for you because you only have one, you do have a boon, which should not be forgotten as you blitz through the spells.
Yes. Yeah. Well, yes, and I do want to see our not persuasive but suggested guard friend does.
So our suggested guard is just sort of continuing at this because I would say he does not want to harm a coworker. Like that doesn't, the suggestion doesn't extend to that. This person is not a threat to you. None of that would make sense. So he's just going to kind of keep going. And the other guard's like, look, I get that they need to do important work. We just need to call somebody, and is sort of getting out. He's not getting out of walkie-talkie, but like he's reaching for.
I will use Mage Hand Legerdemain to steal the walkie or whatever he has on him that he's going to use to communicate first.
So give me a sleight of hand roll.
It's 10.
No, not sleight of hand. It's only stealth rolls that get plus
15.
10.
Yeah.
Oh, it's invisible though.
No. It
Mage
is.
Hand Legerdemain is invisible.
So it should have advantage. It's hidden from him. So go ahead and roll. And also he is being distracted by the other guard. 21. Yes. You essentially are taking the little push button data pad that he has. He's like, what? How's going on?
But it's gone, but he didn't see it go.
No. He did not see that who's taken it.
successful.
It's just it's gone, and that is weird.
Yes.
Like you can't sort of get to the.
I'm going to
"It's
look at him
true."
and be like, "Where's your standard equipment? How could you possibly not have your standard equipment on you? This is unconscionable." And I'll look at my guard friend, who suggested to keep me safe. This is a fireable offense. What if something was happening and you needed to call somebody? I can't. This.
Look,
I'm.
He's just sort of like, look. I know it's bad, but look, just.
Jerry's right outside and he's pissed. I'm gonna get him, and I
He's
turn
shooting
around like
people.
I'm going.
You're what? You're going?
I'm like gonna act like I am. I'm committed to this, to get this. I want enough time of this guy panicking. He's about to get fired by a man who is shooting
roll.
people. I have 0 intimidation. I've never needed a nat 20 more in my life.
18.
18.
He's gonna be like, he will sort of reach out, not aggressively, but he's just gonna sort of like put a hand on his shoulder, like, look.
On my shoulder?
Yeah. Which is unfortunate.
Super shocked surprise.
Minnow is like going to look at the hand and just be like, I'm sorry, non-consensual touching in the workplace on top of not having your data pad on you? That's what you want to add to the list right now.
Quick question. Is Arden the same height as Minnow?
In this
Roughly.
disguised self
Just for the
version of
disguised self
Arden.
version. Yeah, I think that's what.
I didn't make myself look fully like Arden. I adopted Arden's appearance,
Visage.
but otherwise,
Okay,
yes.
okay,
take
I
my
didn't
guess.
I didn't know. Okay.
Yeah, because I didn't want to like make it even more dramatic of a change when I was attempting to like be stealthy. Yeah, so. But
So,
good point.
it was disguise self, right?
Mm-hmm.
Is that concentration?
No.
Okay. I will say that this is intimidating as fuck. You are adding another thing to the list of fireable offenses. 18 intimidation was already working,
Okay.
which would have worked right up until the point that his hand goes straight through your clothes.
I mean, I'm wearing other clothes that it would touch.
Your clothes are of a significantly different cut and design, though. Like, this would even be like he's bumping into fabric that shouldn't be there. it does specifically say it does not hold up to physical inspection. He's gonna be like, anybody who wants to roll a d20.
Did you say anyone who wants to?
Yep.
I'll do it.
Oh.
Oh, I thought it was like everybody could.
No. It's just one. I need a volunteer.
Oh my
18.
god.
I did it good.
Something
it good.
extremely helpful because of the
18.
time fuckery now occurs. What is that?
For this guy?
Yes.
Oh, for anything, for the
just
situation.
generally, to help the situation.
Oh.
It's extremely helpful.
What if... Is it too much if I have a Foro mech just appear in the same space that this person is taking up and just kind of explode them from the inside out and then disappear?
I love this.
That's extremely
Wow.
helpful, right? It just appears in the
Messy.
same space, and it's just like, and Minnow is just like, but you don't see any of it because all of the disguised self just stops the blood from showing. So you're coated in blood and viscera, but you just look like normal.
Fuck it, it's an 18.
Oh my gosh.
You hear
Full of cool.
you see one of the walls sort of changes its composition. It's no longer glass, it's now concrete. You see then sort of in front of you, or not in front of you, behind you, the sort of guard who's reaching out to grab your shoulder is now looking extremely confused. You're gonna... How far do we go? You're just going to see them sort of rupture. As their space is now occupied by a Foro mech. There is an explosion of person. And in response to what is an obviously dangerous creature that has just exploded another guard, the guard who you have cast suggestion on is going to slam himself between you and this mech, drawing down on it. It will now
Like,
blink
to
out of
fight it.
existence.
Whew. Holy shit. That is Minnow in reality going, holy
You are covered in viscera
shit.
that are not appear. That does not appear.
Oh my god. Asana, how's it going over there?
Better than over there?
Okay. Give me a percentage. Percentage done. How close are you?
75.
Okay, that's good. Minnow's
The other
gonna
guard's
just-
gonna turn. Are you okay? Are you unharmed?
I'm unharmed.
Okay.
Physically.
I just love that you're secretly dripping in viscera and
Right.
nobody knows.
The floor is just sort of, there's a pool of blood sort of forming on the floor, just around Minnow. Are you bleeding? You seem to be bleeding.
You should see the other guy.
He's just gonna sort of look
That's
around
the other guy.
the doorway generally. I can. That's why I'm asking if you're okay.
Yeah. That suggestion doesn't drop if the person. There's no reason suggestion
No,
would drop
he-
if like he became aware of my deception or something.
He doesn't think that he also doesn't think you're in any way connected to the harm that just happened. So
Right.
like you haven't
yeah.
acted in a way that would countermand it. No,
Okay.
he is just fully concerned that, as again,
Yeah.
sort of falling in that he's a security guard. He has like basic first aid training. He's not a security guard. Like this isn't
Right.
rent-a-cop
Yeah,
level.
yeah.
He's
Right.
security forces. He's trying to see, does he need to give you, are you
Yeah.
in shock? Does he need to give you medical attention?
I don't. Nope. I am unharmed by that person exploding. That person exploded, though. That's a thing that I will see in my dreams for the rest of my life.
I'm sorry I did this to you, Minnow.
The guard is just sort of like
Great.
drawing a gun and is like watching the doorway. Not you. Like he seems to be
Yeah.
setting up a defensive perimeter.
Yeah.
From behind you, you're gonna hear something. Got it. Should we go now?
Yes, we should go now. Let's go. Yeah, I'll open the door and peek out. Are there more Foromechs?
Not currently.
Is Jerry still there?
You cannot see him.
Okay, let's get to the stairs.
As you step away, the guard is following you. Or
Okay.
is going to attempt to keep you safe.
Yes.
Behind you, you see something very odd. As you step away from this pool of viscera, it just sort of vanishes. And you realize that, like, your footprints are bloody. And as soon as you move away from them, they just sort of disappear. Because Pass Without Trace specifies you leave no traces. It is just kind of magicking away the viscera.
I'm like,
So
I wonder
cool.
if it goes to the pocket dimension where Finch is.
Oh,
I
Just
pop,
gonna hate you.
pop Finch into existence. Is it covered in viscera?
It is not. It does look irate that you had it fly into a camera.
Finch, what do you want from me? And I pop it out of existence.
Actually, wait,
Oh.
wait. Sorry, you pop it into existence,
Yep.
and you just see this falcon's eternally pissed off face, and then it's gonna
Yep.
see you. It's gonna sort of like, "Oh," and sort of like make a happy cooing noise and just sort of nuzzle you.
Oh my god.
It's gonna sort of like happily like fluff up its feathers, like sit on your shoulder.
It misses Arden more than it misses you.
It does. Minnow is so sad and mad, but she does need the emotional comfort, so she doesn't say anything.
Every time
And
it's
she lets Finch think, traitor that it is, that she is her spouse, and continues walking.
Every time Finch shifts their weight, there's sort of a little splorch, because it's standing on you. You sort of feel happily nuzzle.
But he's got a patch of blood.
That gets whisked away because.
But then that
that's what I
becomes
rolled.
a trace of Minnow's passage, which disappears. The fey creature now embodied in this falcon is just like, the actual fuck is happening.
But it's Arden, so Minnow gets a
You
pass.
continue walking. You are sort of just making your way across. Again, I assume you're going with the briskly stealthy of move.
We are
move.
power walking, and we're walking, and we're walking.
Give me a luck die.
18.
It's a lot of 18s.
As you
I'll take them.
as you're hitting sort of this last intersection, you see Jerry standing in sort of the next junction over. And then you're going to see him just sort of turn and move down the other way as you hear the sound of shattering glass and screaming.
Okay.
You pop back out the door that you've unlocked. This guard is still following you like a lost puppy.
Yes, my suggestion was until we leave.
Oh, okay. So
The
I would
premises.
say with you now going to the stairwell, that will count as leaving sort of his domain of being
Okay.
Or do you want him to follow you through the building?
I do not want the suggestion to end
Okay.
before I leave. So my phrasing earlier was until we leave the premises.
Okay, yeah, then never mind. He'll be with you. That
He'll
wouldn't be the
just
room.
he'll just go with okay.
Yeah.
I'll be like, all right, and we're gonna keep going, and we just up the stairs to the car.
The car was had a rendezvous point for an alley. You could call Dellen.
I will. Yes. We do also have Featherfall, but we are not invisible, so we would just be
Gently
nice and slow
float.
past 52 stores.
But
Do
it
the
wouldn't
stairs
be the
go-
weirdest thing that's happened.
True. Yeah, okay, we'll just get to the roof. And I'm going to have Finch fly at a security camera again to help.
Okay.
And then I'll have the guard kind of go out first
Okay.
to kind of lend some credence here, and
Yeah,
I'll
so
walk
just-
out in my uniform. Yeah. So, and then like when the coast is as clear as it can be, I'll gesture Asana out.
Okay. She follows you out.
And so we'll all get out that way, and then I will call Dellen.
And you're going to try to have him swing up so that you're not jumping as far, or?
Yeah, like meet us part of the way. So, like we can feather fall down for sure.
Sure. So yeah, he'll do that. Like, yeah, I think I can handle this vehicle that moves in so many directions. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. Don't worry about it. I got this.
This is my last 2 spell slots to cast Featherfall on both myself and Asana. Can I cast it on both of us? I can. It's not in concentration.
I don't think you need to, though.
Oh yeah,
Choose
up to
up to
5
5.
falling. Okay, perfect. Great. Okay.
I
So
love
once
that you
we
have all of the incredibly useful niche utility spells that are just like, damn, those are so good if you need them.
yeah, and I have Minnow has barely cast any spells this whole campaign.
I think this
has
might
been-
be like the sum of the
Yeah,
previous ones.
I think I have 6 total spell slots. I've used 5 of them in this encounter. Yeah, so we get to the edge, and as soon as we can see Dellen kind of bring the car up, I will be like, Asana, it's time. I will look at the guard, and I will be like, you don't even know, but you actually did assist a critical fucking mission today. And I'll jump off the building and cast Featherfall on myself and Asana. Good luck. Don't die in the chaos that's coming.
As you jump, he is going to try to stop you.
He still has Charm Person under effect.
No.
That's
Yeah,
No,
he
why
has
not?
suggestion
That should-
to keep you safe.
Safe.
to keep me safe.
You are jumping off a building.
I'm safe. I've got a Featherfall effect. I'm safe. I'm leaving the premises. You don't have to do this anymore.
You're going to say that as
Engage
you,
your disguise self.
as you kick off, you have now left the premises. You sort of jump backwards, and yeah, we can count that as you've left the premises. He's gonna be, oh god,
We're friends. I dropped disguise self. I'm covered in blood.
he looks at you. He like recoils. He looks at himself. He has been covered in blood this
Like-
whole time, and he's just
I'm
sort
like,
of
again,
not.
I'm just like, I swear to God, this was the most useful thing you've ever done for all of humanity. And I mean, humanity, whatever humanity
Mortal
is
kind.
in mortal kind. There you go.
You sort of land on the vehicle, swing into it. Dellen begins driving away. Give me a quick luck roll.
$15.
As you're driving away, you feel a violent shake in the car, as if like essentially a plane hit turbulence. And behind you, about as tall as the buildings, is a mech. With a glowing red points you can actually see sort of formed on its back. And it goes to swing a blade, taking down a building.
Okay.
And it is still there as you drive away, fly away. Rampaging.
I look at Asana and I'm like, Wise Man's gonna have a shit show to clean up without us.
And now, I will say, you all are traveling in your respective vehicles. Some of you have arrived first. The last to arrive are Dellen, Dellen, Asana, and Minnow. You are sort of gathering on a street because open spaces seem to be safer than being in a building generally, because those can collapse or get destroyed by giant mechs. As you sort of gather, you see another vehicle pull up, and Wise Man will get out. She's like, I'm very glad that you've all made it. Things are getting quite bad. Quite very bad. Just, generally. So I think we will be proceeding with all haste to get you the hell out of here, and I hope you will repair the timeline, and all of this will not happen, at least for some version of this future. Because while Paragon seeks to undermine the corpse, we don't normally do it via just destroying huge swaths of... is bad. Bad, generally. And as you stand, having successfully completed your heists, you hear again this kind of cracking, shattering noise. And this sharding occurs in the sort of the air very close to you. Just shuffling a couple things. Don't worry about it. Sorry, I'm trying to get one thing done, and I did something in the pursuit of that goal. Please hold.
How do you guys think Jerry's doing? Do you
Jerry's
think
having
he's
a
holding
bad
his own,
day.
or?
I think he's having a bad day, and that makes me happy.
I kind of hope like he happened to be standing where the giant mech brought its sword
Ooh,
down,
yes.
and like maybe it like chopped off his arm or something, or slit him in half. That'd have been cool too.
That's cool too.
Maybe
Let's
I could
roll
use
a-
my phone to
As you
Have
say
a
this, and you're
cupcake.
all sort of standing, and you're pondering what could be, you hear this cracking, and Dent, Fetch and Nero, you turn, and you see the air sort of doing that thing that it's been doing in the sky where it breaks, and it seems like part of reality moves to separate. And you see yourselves in it. And as the shard settles back into place, you see the three of you standing. Each of you with a small glowing red dot. And you see
Oh,
them
no.
look. Ori is here. And that is where we will wrap up for tonight.
Yay!
Wow.
No.
Welcome to Bounce Back, everybody.
Ah.
Fight!
Evil
God, fighting
alternative
yourself.
timeline versions of ourselves. Love it. Well,
Wait, that's
Troll.
only bounced back for 3 people. What about everyone else? Okay,
You
look,
said
guys, I already know.
them.
We can't fight ourselves because we know how the other one fights. So we have to mix it up. That's
I
what they
feel
do
like-
in all the movies.
Nero
Yep.
is going to have a really hard time with this.
Yeah.
So, that will wrap us up for tonight. You managed to complete those heists very successfully, considering how badly you all rolled.
So bad.
I mean, Ressa and I did pretty well.
Yeah, the
all
rolls
went
weren't
very
great,
smoothly.
but you did very well. It was well done by everybody.
Wait, I didn't use my boon. Can I use my boon to unboon those
And then we'll have
ourselves?
blowback from that.
So,
Yeah,
so what
that's
you're
true.
saying is you want a boon to undo 3 negative versions of your
Yeah,
party.
no.
I think
And
the
we couldn't
blowback of
use
that
it
is
outside
4
of-
negative versions,
Yeah.
or like mega nega ressa.
Megan Ressa.
Do they?
Has to be
maybe
worth
they all
4 party
combine
members.
into one nega
Oh god, they
mech.
form like Voltron.
Yes.
Oh my god.
All right. Thank you so much. Thank you for hanging in there. I know it was a long session, but I thought we got through it relatively efficiently considering it was a 3-way party split with a lot of what the hell went on at the beginning of it. I thought you all did beautifully. Thank you so much, everybody, for playing. Thank you so much, everybody, for tuning in, watching, hanging in there with us. If you'd like to see more of this, in a couple of weeks, we will have Tier Moontree Isle again on Friday starting at 9 p.m. And then next week, Monday, 9 p.m. Eastern, we have Goats of Saltmarsh. Thursday, we have something. Tune in, 8:30 p.m. Eastern. We'll get back to you on that. And 9 p.m. Eastern next Friday, we will have Goats and Dragons. From all of us here at Helpful Goat Gaming, stay safe, be well, avoid negative versions of yourself. Be kind to yourselves and to each other, and to the negative versions of yourselves and of each other.
And hydrate.
And hydrate. Love you, Debbie.
Manage
Love
your
you all.
fluids.
Yeah.
Have a great night.
Bye.
Bye.